So I can't resist showing this fine picture. My daughter, who's a painter, that was used to illustrate the poster for this series of lectures. And here's the plan of the lectures. If you saw the poster, you'll see that there's 4 lectures under those headings. And today I'll talk mostly about concepts. I'll look at some ideas by Mark Sainsbury, Michael Tye, by Francois himself, and I won't go through all that. I will see if I have too much material or too little. I do hope to stop 15 minutes from the end so we can have some discussion. So let's see how far we get. Let me just start with a couple of general methodological points before I get into argument. My subject for these 4 lectures will be the structure of cognition, and the central theme will be the need to think of cognition in relation to the external world as well as the way it works internally to the mind. In a way, I just think of this as a matter of taking mental representation seriously. There's a strain in cognitive science, perhaps the dominant strain, that thinks of mental representations as internal items that contribute to the machinery of cognition. Well, they are that, but if mental representation means anything, it's a matter of relations between thoughts, items inside the head, and the world beyond. And one theme I want to develop is that we won't be able to understand the internal workings properly unless we think of them in relation to the world that they represent. Second methodological point, my framework is naturalistic. I'll be drawing on various aspects of biology, cognitive science, other empirical disciplines in developing my ideas. But I'm not going to work in a framework that's completely divorced from everyday thinking about the mind, common sense thinking about the mind. I think of the way to proceed in these matters is to start with thoughts that come naturally to us and improve them by the findings of cognitive science. We can't start in a vacuum. So I'm going to start with the idea that thoughts, primarily beliefs, but also non-committal thoughts like suppositions, hopes, etc., are complex entities whose components are concepts. You might think of it on the model of sentences whose components are words. So thoughts are complex representations built up from concepts. And what are concepts? Well, I'm going to start with what I want to call philosophical common sense. I don't know how widespread this kind of common sense is, but here's how I was brought up as a philosopher. Here's how you are to think about concepts. Here's a few features of concepts. Concepts are things that, as I've just said, compose thoughts. Think on the model of words fitting together in a sentence, concepts fitting together in a thought. Secondly, concepts cut finer than reference. You can have 2 distinct concepts that refer to the same item. And this is standardly taken to happen when we have cases where somebody thinks of a certain object, both F and not F. Somebody thinks Hesperus is visible and phosphorus is not visible. And Frege's criterion of cognitive significance says that in such a case, we have to suppose that there's 2 concepts in play. In the first case, the thinker is thinking of Venus, that it's visible, using the concept expressed by the word Hesperus. In the second case, is thinking a thought with the same referential concept. Venus is, well, about the same thing. is not visible using a different concept. You might think of this multiplication of concepts, two different concepts with the same reference, as a way of preserving the thinker's rationality. The thinker is thinking inconsistent thoughts, they can't both be true, but at the level of concepts, the two thoughts do not contradict each other. In effect, the thinker is thinking of A that it's F, and of B now is thinking of the same object in a different way that it's not F. Something else that our philosophical tradition takes widely as given is that concepts are public entities. Two people can have the same concept. They can share concepts. We both have a concept of an electron, say, or of general relativity, or of Keir-Starmer. Different people can share concepts. Different people can grasp the same concept. What kinds of things? Natural way to think about concepts is that they're constituted by informational content. That a concept contains a number of items of information, descriptions of the thing it's about, and that's what makes up the concept. You might think of concepts as senses, as a way of thinking about the object. And finally, it's widely supposed that concepts pick out the thing they refer to as that thing that satisfies the information built into the concept. I might have a concept of Keir-Starmer as a person who looks a certain way, is the Prime Minister of Britain, and then my concept will refer to Keir-Starmer in virtue of the fact that that person, that man, is the person, the unique person who looks that way and is the Prime Minister of Britain. Okay, I am going to discard most of these ideas. I'm going to preserve only the idea that concepts compose thoughts, and a version of the second criterion that says when people have contradictory thoughts, they must have two, about some objects, they must have two concepts. But I'm going to drop the idea that they're public entities, that they're constituted by informational content, and that their reference is determined as the thing that satisfies that informational content. You might wonder, given I'm giving up all that, should we still speak of concepts? And some philosophers, Ruth Millikan, who incidentally is going to be, her thoughts are behind a lot of the things I'm going to be saying in these lectures. She thinks we should drop talk of concepts. Her most recent book is called Beyond Concepts. She coins a new term, unicepts, for the kind of items that I will call concepts. But I don't see any reason to be so terminologically revisionary. I'm going to stick with the term concept, and just remember, I don't mean by concept what most philosophers over the last 100 years or so have meant. Let me start arguments by noting that 2 and 3 are in great tension. It's very difficult to have a view that applies Frege's criterion for counting concepts and allows concepts to be public entities that can be shared by different thinkers. And here's perhaps not so well known now, but 20, 30 years ago, very well known argument stemming from Brian Law originally in the mid-80s that shows that two subjects can't share a concept if they disagree in any of their beliefs involving the concept. So as soon as you have a Keir-Starmer thought that's different from my Keir-Starmer thought, or as soon as you have an elephant thought that's different from my elephant thoughts, we can't have the same concept. Here's the argument. Imagine some woman, Jane. She has normal beliefs about tigers, including that they can interbreed with lions. Here's another person, John, all the same beliefs, except he thinks that tigers can't interbreed with lions. No reason to suppose it looks like it that they have different concepts of a tiger. They think of tigers in almost identical ways, apart from this little teeny difference of opinion. But now consider a third person who has all Jane's beliefs about animals that he calls tigers, and all John's beliefs about animals he calls Panthera tigris. And he doesn't realize that tigers and Panthera tigris are in fact co-referring terms. And he thinks that tigers can interbreed with lions and Panthera tigris can't. And so even though the two terms refer to the same species, we have to suppose that he's got two different concepts. Concept he expresses by tiger, concept he expresses by Panthera tigris. That's why, despite his rationality, given his rationality, he's not contradicting himself when he thinks tigers can interbreed with lions and Panthera tigris cannot. Okay, so he's got two different concepts, but his tiger concept is as close to Jane's as can be. He shares all Jane's tiger thoughts. And his other concept is as close to John's. So Jane and John must have different concepts that they express by the word tiger. And that's a rather unhappy conclusion because they were almost identical in their thinking. And people who like public concepts and the Fregean criterion of cognitive difference can try and wriggle here, but it's very hard to wriggle out of this argument because, note, it didn't assume anything much about how concepts are constituted. It didn't assume that their meaning, the concept constituting beliefs. It just took Simon and applied the Fregean criterion and then exported the difference that we have within Simon to two different people. So Simon's got two concepts, but this concept is the same as that, this concept is the same as that. They've got different concepts. And we end up with the idea that no two people can have the same concept unless they share all their beliefs. And a happy conclusion. We do want to allow, and I'm going to come back to this, that people can share concepts. One way of dealing with this kind of argument is to drop two and stick with the idea that concepts are publicly shared entities, avoid Raw's argument by denying that you can apply the Fregean criterion of cognitive difference in all cases. And that's what Mark Sainsbury and Michael Tye do in their book about 10 years ago, 7 Puzzles of Thought. They have an originalist theory of concepts. They think concepts are constituted by where they originated. Their paradigm of a concept is you've got a public word, tiger say, and spreads around, people use the word, and they all have the concept, the same concept, tiger, because their concept is descended from the same origin. Doesn't work very well. Here's the hard case for them. Paderewski, the Polish statesman, fine pianist, standard philosophical example, somebody sees the pianist, hears about the statesman, doesn't realize that they're two people, the two people called Paderewski are the same person. And they might end up, Peter, thinking that Paderewski is a fine pianist, and simultaneously thinking Paderewski is not a fine pianist because they think there's two different people. And the natural thought, the thought that I'm going to defend is, look, this person's got two concepts, both expressed by the name Paderewski, but this person has two different concepts, and that's why they're not contradicting themselves. Sainsbury and Tye can't say this natural thing. They want to say this person just has one concept, they're contradicting themselves. It's like somebody who thinks that Lucy lives at a house numbered 197, and Lucy lives at a house that isn't a prime number, and not realise that they're contradicting themselves because they haven't thought it through. But it doesn't look like this Peter case is somebody who hasn't thought it through. It's just they've got two different concepts. Sainsbury and Ty have trouble in the other direction. They are forced to say that when somebody knows that a certain thing has different names in the public language, that person has to have a bunch of different concepts for the thing. That's ugly too. So I think the move we should make in response to Sainsbury and Ty's difficulties is to give up three instead. Give up the idea that concepts are public entities that can be shared by different people. I think we want to switch to a rather different way of thinking about what's going on. A more naturalist way, a way that is fairly obviously suggested by the thought that the mind is just the brain and neural structure inside the head. Let's think of concepts as private items inside the heads of particular subjects. They're particular persisting objects to which items of information can get attached. So think about words in the language of thought. Okay, these are metaphors, which I'm going to come back to later, but think that inside the head there are structures that are sentence-like and they're composed of words. That's what I'm going to think of concepts as. Persisting particular objects in the heads of people. Mental files. So later on I'll be talking about Francois' book, Mental Files. This adopts the same view of what concepts are. They're items inside the head, they stay inside your head, and as you learn more and more about what they refer to, you attach more and more information to them. And now the thing about Peter, who's confused about Paderewski, is simple enough. He has two concepts, both acquired from the same source, but he's somehow opened two mental files, created two mental words, and started attaching different information to the two of them. Seems a perfectly natural, straightforward thing to say. Note now, there's no question of two subjects, two different subjects, sharing one and the same, numerically the same concept. The persisting object in my head cannot be the same object as a persisting object in your head, any more that you can have the same nose as me, all right? I've got my nose, you can't have, well, we could do not, but anyway. The idea of two people having the same concept makes no more sense than two people having the same nose. Okay, so now concepts are particulars inside people's heads. This doesn't rule out our typing concepts as qualitatively, if not quantitatively, the same. You might want to ask, is your concept of the same type as my concept? Do you have the same type of concept as me? And we want some notion of two people having concepts of the same type if we're going to make any sense of the idea, as we do want to make sense of, that two people can share a thought, that they can communicate a thought, they can both learn the same thing. We want to be able to talk about two people having the same thought, not now that it's made of the same particular objects, that makes no sense, but that it's the same type of object. And the most obvious way in which you might want to say two concepts are of the same type is if they have the same reference. So I have a Keir-Starmer concept, and you have a Keir-Starmer concept, and these two concepts are the same in respect of the fact that they both refer to the same person. Okay, in this lecture I'm going to assume that it makes perfectly good sense to say that two concepts have the same reference. I'm assuming that as indeed it does make sense. I haven't told you, though, anything about what makes it the case that some concept has the reference it does. Earlier, talking about the standard philosophical idea of a concept, we had the idea that a concept refers to what it does because the information in the concept, the information that constitutes the concept, picks out that object as the referent. But we can't give this answer any longer because we're not thinking of concepts as constituted by information. I'll have a different story about what makes it the case that concepts refer to what they do, and I'll come back to that later. But let's just take it as given for the moment that concepts do have reference and that we can type concepts as the same type of concept, thereby constituting the same thought, by appealing to the idea that two concepts can have the same reference. Now, I'm going to be arguing, this will be a main theme throughout these lectures, that we don't need to type concepts any more finely than reference. The idea that we need to think of concepts as involving some more fine-grained kind of constitution is unnecessary. We can do all the work we want to do in the philosophy of mind, philosophy of language, by thinking of concepts as just having a reference. No other kind of typing is needed. I'm going to be arguing that, but it doesn't follow from what I've said so far. I've said we want to type concepts as of the same type. Here's one way of typing them. They have the same reference. But we might have more fine-grained ways of typing them. And in fact, the standard idea is, well, I think of an object one way. I think of an object as the morning star. You think of the object as the evening star. We might say that these are two different concepts because they're presenting their referent in different ways. I haven't ruled out the possibility of such fine-grained modes of presentation. It's just that I'm going to be arguing that we don't really need them. The arguments to come. So I'm leaving it open that we might want to type concepts by the mode in which they present their object. But watch out, we don't want to type too finely. We don't want to let any difference in beliefs attached to two concepts within a subject show that the concepts are of different types. Otherwise, we'll be back in Law's argument and we'll be multiplying types unnecessarily and unhelpfully. So it follows from what I've said so far that we're going to have to allow that sometimes an individual can have two distinct concepts of just the same type. So, suppose Peter thinks Paderewski is Polish. He thinks it twice, right? I want to say it's just the same thought he's having twice. Think of Simon earlier with his two tiger concepts, and he thinks tigers are felines. He thinks it twice. I want to say we want to allow that these are two different thoughts of just the same type. To make sense of, think of, I've got two cars that are the same car. I've got two Vauxhall Saphiras. Perfectly natural to say you can have two numerically distinct individuals that are the same type. So Peter has two numerically distinct thoughts that are the same thought. This is going to become important in my last lecture when I talk about consciousness and various arguments involving the identity of mind and brain. As I said, nothing in the argument so far rule out the idea that we can type finer than reference. So, in Francois' book Mental Files, 2012, he has a picture very much like the one I've developed so far, but he thinks we should type mental files, that's his term for words in the language of thought, by epistemically rewarding relations. That's a technical term. We should type them by the way the subject is related to the referent. So you have one concept, one mental file, when you are in perceptual contact with the referent. You have a different concept, a different mental file when you remember the referent. You have a yet further concept mental file when, having originally met some referent, some person, you meet them again and you recognize them. Three different concepts, three different mental files. I meet somebody, I'm perceiving them, I start acquiring information, I put it into the perceptual file. When I leave them, when I lose perceptual contact with them, that file ceases to exist. But I can have a memory of that person, and then there's a memory concept of that person, a memory file. Or later on, I might re-encounter the person, recognize them, and now I'll activate a recognitional file. Now, you might worry, look, hang on, we've got these different files in this case. Surely when I remember somebody, I think about them when they're not there. Later that evening, I think about the person I met during the day. Surely I'll have available the information that I acquired when I met them, what they look like, how big they are. Maybe I'll do some reasoning while I remember them and figure out that they must know so-and-so, and I get some further information. And then you might think, well, when I recognize them, surely that information will be available to me again. But there's nothing in the story I've told so far that guarantees that the information that goes into the perceptual file will be in the memory file and in the recognitional file. Now, in response to that worry, Francois says, oh, well, we transfer the information. We have the information we first got from the perceptual encounter, but that file ceases to exist when you're not in contact with the person anymore. But then when you remember them, you transfer all information from the perceptual file into the memory file. And so again into the recognitional file when you re-encounter them. Okay, I wrote a paper a couple of years after in a symposium on Francois' book, where I said, that just seems much too complicated. Why are we making things so complicated? Here's a much simpler story. When I meet somebody for the first time, I open a file. And I now start putting all the information I acquire about them into that file. At first I get information by looking at them and seeing what they look like and how big they are and so on. And then I keep that file. And then later on, when I remember them, I might do some reasoning and augment the information in that file. And then later on, I re-encounter them. I've still got the file, and now I get some more information I put into the file. Well, what was the point of having all these different files when we could just open one name-like file when we meet somebody or encounter any object, or are told about some object, or get any kind of relationship to the object? We open a file and we start putting all the information we get about that object into the file. What's the point of the multiplication of files? Now, in fact, Francois, in more recent writings, has come to agree. He says, no, let's not think of files as these relation-constituted entities. Let's agree that there's just one pile of information that you have about a putative referent, which you augment and increase as time goes. And think about the mental file just as that accumulating pile of information. Just like you get a name for somebody and you attach lots of information to that name. And in general, when we have a concept of some object, we can think about it on this name-like model. So Recanati has now come to the view that we don't need to multiply all these different epistemically rewarding relation files. We'll just have one name-like file whenever we start thinking about an object. But his more recent writing does retain something of the old view. He still thinks about modes of presentation being involved. When you exercise a file, you form a thought about some object, there'll be some particular way in which you're in contact with the object at that time, you're perceiving it, you're remembering it, you're recognizing it, and he still wants to type thoughts by the way in which you are related to the object. I'm going to say, as I said, that I don't think we need this more fine-grained typing. But let me pause at this point and ask, why is it better to think? I mean, Francois agrees about this, and I think maybe everybody will agree, maybe, I don't know, that if we're going to have these mental files, these words in the language of thought, it's better to have one big name-like file than lots of transitory files constituted by your relation, your current relation to the object. But let me pause and ask, why is it better to think in this way? Or rather, just to focus the issue, it's not why is it better for us to think of subjects as having name-like files, but let's just get down to the first order issue. Why is it better for subjects to have name-like files rather than multiplying files depending on how they're currently acquainted with the object of thought? And you might think it's not obvious that it's a good thing for subjects to just lump all the information about objects they meet into one big file. Because there's a danger here. There's a danger of forming what Millikan calls confused ideas. I meet somebody, I perceive them, I start accumulating some information about them, and later on I meet somebody else and I take them to be the same person, but in fact they aren't. I mean, I didn't really, my face recognition is not that great. Quite often when I first meet some people, I'm not very good at telling whether it's the same person again. There's a danger that I can merge two files when in fact there's two objects at issue, and I'm going to put information that attaches to two different people into the same file, and whichever way you take the files referring to this person or that person, I'm going to have a lot of false beliefs. And you might think it would be better for people to err on the side of caution, to hold apart differently sourced bodies of information until they're certain, until they're sure that they relate to the same object. You can avoid this danger of erroneously confusing ideas by keeping the files apart, as Francois did in his original book. So you might think it would be more rational, more sensible, more safe not to merge files when there was any scintilla of doubt around. But I think that's wrong. I think that failing to merge files when they refer to the same thing is itself a kind of irrationality. Now you might think this is a bit weird. The whole point of allowing people to have different concepts of the same object, where they don't take them to be the same thing, was to allow people, in cases like Hesperus and Phosphorus, to have what are semantically, referentially inconsistent thoughts without committing them, without accusing them of irrationality. you allow them to maintain their consistency, despite the fact their thoughts are consistent, by having them multiply concepts. And it's true that keeping the concepts apart, not merging them into one big file, will minimize the chance of Cartesian irrationality. It will minimize the chance of Cartesian error. But that's not the only kind of rationality that we want to think about in the cognitive context. There's also what, following Peter Godfrey Smith, I'm going to call Jamesian irrationality. Succumbing to the failing of ignorance. There's the danger that you will not acquire enough beliefs. It's very easy to avoid error. It's to minimize the number of beliefs you form. The fewer beliefs, the less chance there is of error. But of course, a healthy cognitive system will not only avoid error, but want to avoid ignorance. I mean, in truth, the two desiderata tend to pull against each other, but we want to respect both of them. And what I want to try and show you now is that failing to merge files when they co-refer courts the danger of ignorance. Here's a little diagram. Suppose I've got various ways of recognizing somebody. I can recognize somebody by their face, by the sound of their voice, by their gait from behind, by the opinions they express. Suppose I've got 10 different ways of recognizing somebody. And suppose that I acquire the information that the person recognized the first way has various features. They can speak French. They like cheese. They vote Labour. Okay, so somebody who looks like this, I know these features of. And now I've got a different way of recognizing somebody who walks like this, and now I'll have some more features, probably some overlap in the features. I might end up with, okay, there's 10 different possible people, and I've got various bits of overlapping information about them. In the case you have in mind, it's all the same person, but you might be very cautious and not merge the files. And now you'd be able to have all that information. You're being cautious about whether it's the same person. And right now, to write down the information you have, you need 90 thoughts, 90 sentences in the language of thought. And now compare it with this picture. Now, in virtue of my commitment to these all being the same person, I can merge the files like this. And now, given any of the criteria by which I identify this person, I can promptly infer any of the collective features that were attached to those different files. So now I can store the information much more economically. Now, let's suppose that our mental resources are limited. We only have so much room in our heads to put information. If our mental resources are limited, doing things this way is liable to exhaust our resources. We have much more space for information if we do things this way. So that's the idea. Merging files is a cognitive economy. It allows us to store information more economically. Not merging files thus risks the danger of ignorance. Okay, this kind of setup pervades cognition. I've illustrated the point with people, but the same applies to particular animals. You might recognize a dog in a number of different ways, and you might know a bunch of things about the dog so variously recognized, and it'll be much more efficient to put all the information into one file. Animals are special cases of persisting objects. I might be able to recognize a certain car, my car, in a number of different ways, and I might know a pile of different things about my car. And you don't want to store this information in a bunch of different files, one for each way of recognizing the car. Unbelievably inefficient. I'm talking here about particular objects that can be identified in many different ways, and once identified, can be taken to display a suite of features. Persisting objects like that are one case of what Millikan calls substances. But in fact, the whole idea of substances is much more general. They're any items in which properties cluster, any items that can be recognized in a range of different ways, and once recognized can be used to anticipate multiple further features. So natural kinds in general are chemical substances. I can recognize that something is gold or water in, I'm a chemist, 30 different ways. And having recognized it, I can infer a pile of other things. Its melting point, its boiling point, its conductivity, its disposition to combine with other substances, and so on. Now, biological taxa. I'm now talking about species rather than individual animals. There's a suite of different ways in which I can recognize that something's a tiger. Having so recognized it, there's a suite of different bits of information I can infer from that. Social categories are like this. I can tell that somebody is, say, a Roman Catholic in a zillion different ways, a suite of different ways, and having so identified their religious commitment, I can infer a bunch of other things. This kind of structure pervades our environment. And it allows us to economically represent the world precisely by merging files. Okay, here's a couple more examples. I've been talking about high-level thought, but the same kind of structure goes on in lower-level cognition. Just think about perception. Perceptual powers that we share with many other animals. A number of people have pointed out that what's characteristic about perception is that I can recognize something as a tiger via a pile of different perceptual signs. A little bit of its skin, the way it walks from the back, the noise it makes. Perception will take any of those signs and form a perceptual representation of a tiger. It's exactly the same structure. We might even find this structure in very early vision, in object files. Early vision uses multiple clues to track objects, recognizing them as the same again, even after they've disappeared behind something. And they do it precisely in order to anticipate that the same object will display the same features. Okay. I'm going to skip over this. I'll come back to it next week. This is about this picture of the economy involved here. Takes the metaphor of words and files very literally. And you might wonder, if we really try and cash out this metaphor in neural terms, will the thought that this is more economical than that really stand up? And there's some questions here, and I think what we come to is the thought that it's not so much economy of storage, but speed of cognition that's important for biological organisms like us. We want to have this kind of structure rather than that one to ensure that we can reach conclusions quickly. I don't really think the storage issue is a big issue, but I think the speed of cognition is a very big issue for organisms, and that's why they need to merge files as far as they can. Okay. That was all designed to show you why we want not to multiply files but to merge them. It's to do with economically representing the kind of world that we live in. The question for next week will be, do we want to type our ways of thinking more finely? And Francois still wants to bring in modes of presentation in addition to the names we have for things in the form of merged files. And I'm going to argue next week that we don't need any such modes of presentation. One issue will be the question of indexicality. Some of you will know that there's a strong tradition, an important tradition in philosophy of mind that says it's essential for various purposes, and in particular for purposes of action, that we represent the world indexically, not via name-like representations, but via relational representations like here and now. And I'm going to say, yes, there is a context in which such representations are essential, but it's a very specific context. It's not something needed in all aspects of thought. And so the main part of next week's lecture will be looking in more detail at whether we need more fine-grained counting of concepts than just counting concepts by reference. And I'm going to look in particular at 4 different purposes to which such fine-grained counting of concepts has been put by philosophers, and argue that none of them really justify bringing in anything further than reference. So I'll be looking at how's reference fixed, I'll be looking at how we explain the reasoning people go in for, I'll be looking at how we attribute beliefs to people in public discourse, and I'll be looking at the idea that one person can communicate a certain thought to another. And I'll say in none of these contexts do we need anything other than name-like thoughts. Thinking of thoughts as names for objects is going to do all the work that needs to be done. So I'll stop there. Thank you. Ten minutes for questions.
Thank you for that very interesting talk. I'm largely convinced by this sort of view, but I was wondering whether the way you presented the arguments in favor of merging didn't sort of conflate 2 separate objections. So there's this Jamesian danger, as you put it, which is ignorance, but that seems like it's a different point from simply the point about being uneconomical. What I have in mind is really the alternative to a merging picture is something like a linking picture, where people argue there's something like a mental identity predicate, or that there's some alternative way of representing identity via a relational concept. So you have some other concept, which is the concept of identity qua relation. That's a different way of representing numerical identity from representing it implicitly in terms of how many files you have, right? But then the person who links files, it's not as if they're ignorant of the identity. They're aware there is an identity, representing it via this mental identity predicate. So you could still, against that view, go through with an argument that this is too costly in various ways, and that may well be the case, but that doesn't seem quite the same thing as saying if you don't merge files, then you might not represent facts about the world that you should represent. It's just that you'll represent the same facts using a different kind of representational format. Does that
yeah, so I could have been clear about this. The ignorance that I was pointing to the avoidance of was not represented in those diagrams. as far as the diagrams go, the information is just the same. It's rather the ignorance of things that you would have got to know if you hadn't used up so much time and energy doing it the long way round. So that was the thought. And the bit I skipped looked at the computer analogy. It looked at arguments I've had come back from people who work on data structures and computers saying, look, it's not so obvious that at the bottom implementation level, the structures behind the merge files are more economical in terms of storage than the structures the other way around. And I then switched the argument to the point, it's not so much the economy of how many items of information you have, but more the economy in terms of drawing inferences easily and quickly. And so it was going to be a much more short-term thing, like here I am and I've got a second, right? And I am going to be in danger of being ignorant because I can't think fast enough. But I can think fast if I have this nice, smoothly unified file. That was the thought.
That helps a lot. I guess we would still have to discuss what the point what could be in having that concept of identity, what its benefits would be when it's actually very useful to not merge files. It seems like we would want to also consider this if we're doing cost-benefit analysis. But
just one quick point. Of course, don't want to deny that there's going to be cases and cases. I mean, you might take from what I said, we shouldn't be cautious at all. Let's just merge files whenever we can. You know, sometimes we're going to get confused ideas and error, but forget about that. That's we want a judicious balance. The dangers of error and danger of ignorance are both dangers to be avoided. We want to try and balance them. So we shouldn't merge files wantonly. We should wait till we've got pretty secure evidence, yeah. But once we have it, then it would be wasteful not to merge the files.
Thank you, David. So the reason you give, at least in this talk, for not liking the relational typing of concepts as mental particulars is basically that it yields weird persistence conditions. So when we first see something and then we remember it, because the file has changed types, then it's not numerically the same, the particular is not numerically the same. And that's what we find in François' book. But I was just wondering if the weird persistence conditions are not the result only of the relational typing, but of an extra assumption that is that the type of the particular is essential to its identity. So,
good.
So the particular can't change its type. But if you remove this bit, then we can have persisting particulars that change types. I don't know if that's metaphysically weird, but yeah. And then, so then we would need another reason to not have the relational types. I mean, depending on what they're supposed to explain additionally, etc. So, but yeah, but maybe if you think that in the end they don't explain anything more like communication, belief attribution, we don't need it either. But at least the reason you presented, I'm not sure about it.
Okay, my objection to the original Reconati picture wasn't so much that it was odd for the files to go in and out of existence, that it seemed costly to be transferring information from one file to another. This is like Michael's question. I mean, how realistically do we take this representation of the architecture? But that was the objection. The picture you seem to be favoring looks like François' current view, that we have a persisting object that effectively is constituted by an evolving body of information, and then at a certain time we will, as it were, exercise that entity in thought, and perhaps when you exercise the entity in thought, then the relation that you bear to the object referred to is going to matter for certain things. I mean, that's François' current view. I'm going to say no, the relation you bear to the object is neither here nor there for explaining anything very much, but we'll come to that.
Okay, cool. But in the first place, we have the transfer of information because
Yeah.
we had one file and then we have another one. So
Right. So no, there's no, in this picture, the current picture of files as constituted by accumulating bodies of information, there's no transferring going on. That's fine, and that's good. We're all happy with that.
Hello, David. I'm trying to wrap my head around your way of using the vocabulary of philosophy of language.
Yeah.
It's different from how I think and talk about it. But it would help me if you could clarify what role you envisage for notions such as truth, perhaps truth in a model. So I missed that in the way you presented it. And a sort of related question is, do you envisage all words of ordinary language, natural language, to be associated with concepts, or are there certain words that are associated with concepts and others that are perhaps like the logical vocabulary that they're not? Those two questions. So the role of truth and whether all words are concepts.
Let me do the second one first. No, I mean, logical terms, there's no reason to think of it. I mean, we might or might not say that we have concepts that we express by logical words, but what I've been saying today was not really supposed to apply to logical terms. It was supposed to apply to names of substances, also names of properties that don't amount to substances. That would be fine. Logical terms would need a separate discussion, which probably relates to your first question.
Yes.
Where does truth come into this? Absolutely. So I regard questions of reference as posterior to questions of truth. So we want to have thoughts that are whole representations, they have truth conditions. That's the important thing. I will tell you a story later on about the Tito semantics, success semantics, ballpark, that truth conditions are to do with the circumstances in which organisms' actions will succeed. That's how to make sense of truth. That's how to understand that representation is a relationship between something inside the head and something outside. That this thing inside the head is standing proxy for something outside in the way the organism reacts. And then I want to think of reference in terms of certain items make systematic contributions to truth conditions. So, and I will try and fill all that in later, not in detail, but in outline. So the idea that one can talk about reference in abstraction from thinking about truth conditions and the explanatory role of truth conditions, I think that's just a bad mistake. Which I kind of encouraged today, and later on we'll start thinking about, well, reference is to do with the origin of the concept, very natural idea, but I think that's a superficial idea, and any meta-semantics of reference needs to be grounded in a story about truth conditions and why they matter.
Thank you.
Very good. Shall I start? We don't have that much time because I hope we can leave some time for discussion, so let me get going. So this is lecture 2. I'm going to recap a bit quickly, and then I'll say a lot about files, different things to explain, essential and non-essential indexicals. So last week I argued that the best way to think about concepts is not as public entities that can be grasped or possessed by different subjects, but as particular persisting objects inside the heads of individual subjects. Think something like words in the language of thought, or Francois Reconati's phrase mental files. Some object inside the head of a subject to which bits of information get attached. So if you think about concepts in this way, there isn't really any question of two people sharing the same concept, numerically the same concept. I've got my nose, you've got your nose. I've got my concept of Kehrstama, you've got your concept of Kehrstama. But concepts can be typed as being of the same kind, and most obviously we can type them as having the same referent. So you can have a concept of Kehrstama, I can have a concept of Kehrstama. Some people want to type files, concepts, words in the language of thought, more finely. François Recanati, in his book Mental Files, types them by epistemically rewarding relations. He thinks a file in that book is constituted by whether you're in perceptual contact with its referent, or memory contact, or testimonial contact, or so on. I argued that this presupposes an overly complicated cognitive architecture. We have a picture of inside people's heads are different repositories of information about the same object. Often the subject will know they're about the same object, has to transfer the information back and forth, all too complicated. And I gave an account, and this was the second half of my lecture last week, explaining why a system like that, with multiple files for a given referent, is overly complicated. You might think, what's the loss? I mean, that's an accurate way of thinking about things. It's not going to get you into any error. I argued that there's a perspective from which the aim of cognition is to have just one concept for each referent. I'm going to talk a bit about the one concept, one referent ideal. And you can think of this as the ideal, and that ideal is missed, that aim is missed, if either you have what are technically called in the literature confused ideas, one concept for two people. In the old philosopher's lexicon, we used to talk about somebody being locked. They thought that David Lewis and C.I. Lewis were the same person. They had one file for one file for two referents. That's one kind of way of going wrong. Another kind of way of going wrong, and this isn't so widely recognized as a bad way, is to have two files for one referent. Those are Frege cases, where you perhaps don't realize that your two notions, Superman and Clark Kent, refer to the same person. Now, confused ideas are pretty obviously cognitive failures. You're going to end up with some false ideas if you take two people to be one. But I also wanted to argue that the latter cases, where you have two concepts for one referent, are also cognitive failures. Because in a clumpy world, a world that contains substances, a world that contains entities in which properties cluster, having two concepts for one referent results in inefficiency, and so courts ignorance. So a rational subject will steer a middle course. They'll aim to avoid both Frege cases and confused ideas as far as possible. They'll aim to merge their files whenever it seems sensible to do so. And at this point, I should acknowledge, I had this picture up last week, but I didn't explicitly acknowledge it. That line of thought has been developed by my PhD student, Woody Jin, and I hope will soon come out in a paper in Mind and Language. Okay, so that's where I got to last week, more or less. So in line with what I just said, I want to offer the following picture of our cognitive architecture. Whenever I encounter some new object, some person, some animal species, some town, later on I'll be talking about events and places, and whenever I meet an object, or I hear about it, or I do some thinking and think there must be such an object, I open a file for it. I launch a file, and I'm henceforth aiming to enter all information I acquire about that object in that file. I want to talk about them as name-like files. They're like proper names. Their job is just to refer to an object, accumulate information about it. It's a permanent file, like a proper name in that way. Doesn't derive its content for any specific relationship, seeing, remembering between the subject and the referent. It's just a repository designed to accumulate as much information as possible about the referent. And the line I'm going to push in this lecture is that all our referring terms in thought are like this. They're just like names. They don't refer in virtue of any special mode of presentation or sense. They're just directly referring terms. Now, it's easy to get misled by terminology here. People often talk about demonstrative thoughts, demonstrative mode of reference, perceptual demonstratives. I'll come back to those. And they're distracted often by the way in which we express our thoughts being not name-like. I mean, here's an example. I know some woman perfectly well. I know her name. We're at a cocktail party. I know that you don't know her name. I say to you, that woman's a barrister. I refer to her with the phrase, that woman. So I'm using a demonstrative phrase, but which is not name-like. That woman is not a name. That woman's a phrase that will refer to different people on different occasions of use. But we don't want to think I have a demonstrative thought. My thought is just, Anne is a barrister. She's a barrister. I've got a file for that woman. I know she's a barrister. I convey this information to you. But I convey the information to you using a demonstrative phrase because I know you don't know the name for that woman. Here's that picture. That picture's by my daughter. I told you that last week. I refer to the picture by the name, by the phrase, that picture. But there's no need to me to think that I've got a separate thought from the thought I've had for a long while that picture is by my daughter. I mean, picture is by my daughter, just that I express that thought, that name-like thought, using demonstrative construction. So don't be misled about the terminology. So I'm going to push the line that all referring thoughts are name-like. Now, some of you might be worrying, and we'll keep coming back to this, what about indexical thoughts? Didn't John Perry and others teach us that much cognition is essentially indexical? We can't understand our cognitive situation, our cognitive engagement with the world, without supposing we have some thoughts in which terms are essentially indexical. Okay, I'm going to come back to what exactly indexical is, but think indexical thoughts are thoughts that involve a term, a file, a word in the language of thought, that refers to different objects on different occasions of use. That's what we're going to mean by indexicality. A referring item, a vehicle of thought that refers variously depending on the context of use. I mean, terms like that woman, that picture, later on here, now, and so on, are all indexical terms. And Perry argued that we can't understand our engagement with the world, our cognitive engagement with the world, without recognizing that we have some thoughts that are indexical. Now, in fact, I'll come back to that, and I'm going to grant at the end of this lecture that there are a few very special cases where thoughts are essentially indexical. But I want to say they play a very specific action guiding role, and they're kind of outside the arena of the kind of mental files, the kind of accumulation of information I've been talking about. I want to push this name-like model pretty hard. I want to apply it even to so-called perceptual demonstratives. Do we have a cup here? Look, no, here, look at that. I've just met this cup, and this cup, I refer to it by a demonstrative phrase. But I want to say I've opened a name-like file for that cup, and I'm going to use it whenever I think about that cup, as I'm doing now. And re-identify it, recognize it. If you tell me about the cup later, I'm going to open and exercise the same file. You might think of this kind of launching of a file as associated with the object files in early vision that I talked about briefly last week. I don't want to make the connection too close. I think object files in early vision happen automatically, subpersonally. But sometimes when we attend to an object that we're perceiving or start thinking about it a bit, then we'll open, perhaps based on the files in early vision, a permanent name-like file for that cup, that particular cup. I mean, might seem a bit odd, but I think this is the best way to think about my thinking about that cup. No, look, I'm not going to keep that. I don't think. I'm not going to keep it very long. Perhaps hard to tell. I mean, maybe it will just atrophy away in a day or so. I'm hesitating because you know those magic eye things, where you look at some kind of pattern of dots, and you look at it for 10 minutes, and then it comes into focus as it's some underwater scene with pirates or something. I went into a bar 10 years later recently that had one of those things, and this time I looked for 5 seconds and it came out. And my brain had remembered the precise way to match that pattern of dots to get it into 3D. And it was kind of scary that the information of that trivial kind gets kept in your brain. So maybe these files don't atrophy that fast, but still. Look, there's going to be cases where somebody's being tricky, come in and switch a different cup, I turn around, I think it's the same cup, and it's not. I've got one file, I'm putting information from 2 different cups in there. Or maybe sometimes I'll see a cup over there and I'll take it to be a different cup when it's the same cup. And I'll be putting information into 2 different files when I do better to put it into one. And that's going to happen. But that's just what happens in all cases of forming files to refer to and accumulate information about objects. They're these twin dangers of confused ideas or Frege cases of failing to merge. And that just applies in the same way to these so-called perceptual demonstratives, which I say are not demonstrative at all. In thought, there's nothing demonstrative. I formed a name for this particular object. Okay, I've persuaded you that, well, maybe I haven't, but I've been pushing the idea that we need to think of referring thought as constituted by name-like entities in the mind, and a healthy mind will just have one name for each object. You might still think we might want to classify these names in different ways. I've said already, look, it's obvious that we want to classify them in terms of what they refer to. 2 different names of this kind can refer to the same object. But you might want to think that there's ways of classifying these names that are more fine-grained, more like Fregean senses. You think of an object in one way, I think of it in a different way. I, in fact, in a Frege case, might well think of a given object in 2 different ways. So there's going to be lots of different particulars, all referring to the same object. Maybe we want to think about, among those particulars, some refer to the object in one way, and some refer to it in a different way. We might have think using Fregean terminology of senses, or perhaps modes of presentation. These different names might sometimes be thought of as referring to a given object in a certain way, presenting it in a certain way. And many people looking at this suggestion that we can just do with a name-like view of things want to say, no, look, there's a whole lot of things that we need modes of presentation, Fregean senses, to explain. We want to think about the way you're thinking about something and not just what you're thinking about in order to do various things, in order to explain how individuals will think and act, in order to explain what's going on when we attribute beliefs or other propositional attitudes to people, in order to explain what's going on when two people communicate. Just thinking of people's thoughts as about certain objects, the suggestion is going to be, isn't going to be enough to explain these things. We need also to think about how do the people think about those objects. Okay, I'm going to go through these three things in order. So, first of all, reasoning and action. And I can remember, there was a time when I was younger that I thought in just this way. Why do we need to think of people as having different ways of thinking about something? And I thought, well, it's obvious. I mean, you think of something in one way, you think of Paris in the way that an inhabitant of Paris thinks about it. I think about Paris in the way that somebody who's just read about it and maybe visited once or twice thinks about it. And the fact that we think about it in different ways explains why we behave differently. You don't have to look at a map in order to figure out where to go. You know which way to turn, you know which way to go to find the nearest bar and so on. I have to look. Don't we want to explain the differences in our behavior in terms of our having different ways of presenting this object? I can remember Michael Devitt saying to me, David, that's a terrible argument. That's a terrible argument because, look, even if we think of our concepts of Paris being just the same, we're still going to have to recognize that you have lots of beliefs about Paris that I lack, and maybe vice versa. Maybe I've got a few ideas about Paris that you lack. We're going to have different, as it's now said, conceptions of Paris, where conceptions just mean all the information attached to our respective names for Paris, all the information in our respective files. And that's obviously going to be different, even if we think of the files as just two names for Paris. That's how they to be counted as names. They're just the same kind of name. They refer to the same thing. But using that name, you have a whole lot of beliefs, and I have a whole lot of different beliefs, and that in itself is enough to explain why we behave and reason in different ways. So, if we're thinking about just explaining the way people are going to think and behave differently, even though they're referring to the same thing, it's easy enough to just say, well, don't make the names different. They're just names for that thing. Just attend to the fact that the two people have different beliefs. What about belief attribution? When I say of somebody that she believes that Paris is the capital of France, or she believes, right, we're now supposing a fictional story, that Clark Kent works at a newspaper. What exactly are we saying? Okay, this is a long-standing issue. Frege said, well, once we bring in senses, modes of presentation, as well as reference, we can take ourselves to be reporting the sense with which somebody thinks a thought, as opposed to reporting just the reference. So I'm not just reporting that so-and-so has a belief about Clark Kent stroke Superman, the same person. I'm reporting that they're thinking it with their Clark Kent concept and not their Superman concept. You're thinking about Paris with your Paris concept, not with mine. Now, in fact, the standard for gain approach runs into all kinds of problems. It's quite striking that the people I referred to last week as wanting to type concepts more finely than reference, both Sainsbury and Tye and François Recanati, neither of them think that their typing is sufficient to account for belief attribution. And the truth is, belief attribution is a very messy and context sensitive, interest relative business. Now, I think what's going on is that when we attribute belief to somebody, in the first instance, we're talking about the referential content of their beliefs. We're just saying they got a belief about Paris, about Superman stroke Clark Kent. But we're also conveying, in our belief attributions, something about the way they think about that object. And in particular, in the most striking cases, the fact that they think about it in two different ways. So somebody might know that Clark Kent is a journalist, but not think that Superman is a journalist. Or in Quine's famous example, somebody might believe that Ortcut is a spy, but not that the man in the brown hat is a spy, even though the man in the brown hat is in fact Ortcut. So when we say somebody believes that such and such, I take us to be doing two different things. First of all, saying what their concepts refer to, and also conveying a bit about the nature of their concepts, and perhaps that sometimes they have two concepts for one person. The issue we need to address is whether such indications of what somebody is thinking are informed by any systematic inter-individual way of classifying mental terms. Is there some canonical way of dividing up the way people think about things such that we can say that when you make a belief report, you're alluding to that way of thinking about things? And I doubt it. I think it's just a very messy business when belief reporting or reporting what somebody says in indirect speech. Have I done it right? Depends on the context, depends on what you're interested in. Maybe you think at first pass to get it right is to explain what the truth condition, the referential content of their thought is, but sometimes you might feel I've misreported what they're thinking or what they said if I use a misleading term. The philosophers have concentrated on these very clear cases, like Superman and Clark Kent, cases where there's widespread ignorance about identity, specifically because because the entity in question goes around in two disguises. The two guises get to be associated with two words, Superman and Clark Kent, and then we can say that somebody is thinking of the person under this guise or that guise by using the words Superman and Clark Kent. But they're very special cases when an entity has two guises that get associated with two words. And we shouldn't allow these very special cases to dictate the whole way we think about concepts. In this connection, it's worth noting that a lot of human files, perhaps nearly all our files, we get as members of the linguistic social community. And so mostly we open new files in our cognitive system when we hear a new word. We hear a name of somebody, we hear a name for some object, we hear a name of some town. So our files tend to be associated with public words. And perhaps the standard source of Frege cases is when people don't realize that two different public words refer to the same thing. And so this will be a case where we do have ignorance of identity because a certain entity appears in two verbal guises. And in those cases, we use the public words to attribute the belief to people. We have in mind that they have two different files associated with the two words, and we can convey that using this file or that file by using the words. And this deals very nicely with the hyper-intentional cases that are so problematic for Fagayans. Take any two synonymous words. I was once told that the only two really synonymous words in English are gorse and furze. It's a kind of plant, it's a kind of plant, kind of slightly spiky with little yellow flowers. And so for Fagayans, these words are synonymous. Somebody who thinks a gorse thought thinks about gorse, thinks about furze. They ought to be using the same mode of presentation. They're the same, the two words have the same meaning. But it's perfectly clear that many people think that some things about gorse, but not about furze, because they don't realize the two words co-refer. The apparatus I've now got makes it easy to explain what's going on here. We're referring to the fact that the person has two files associated with the two words. We're not saying anything about the way the object is being presented to them beyond that. Communication. What is it for one person to communicate a thought to another? Well, if we're thinking of thoughts as involving names and names as typed just by what they refer to, natural first response is to say, I communicate a thought to you, just in case you come to house a thought with the same truth condition, same referential value as the thought I intended to communicate to you. That seems to be, I communicate a thought, I get you to have the thought I have, and what is it to have the same thought? Well, the terms involved refer to the same things. But it's easy enough to generate apparent counterexamples to this claim. So, it's Brian Law's example. Two guys, friends, they were watching television together last night. They saw some guy dressed up talking on an economics program, and then next day they're on the train, and one says to the other, that guy's an idiot, isn't he? And the hearer takes the speaker to be referring to a person behaving slightly oddly on the seat across the aisle of the train. But in truth, the speaker is referring to the person they both watched last night. That guy we were talking about, he's an idiot, isn't he? But let's suppose that the person on the train is in fact the same person who was on the television last night dressed up in a suit. So the speaker is referring to that person, and the hearer comes to think the speaker is conveying the thought about the same person, that they're an idiot. But on the face of it, this doesn't look like a case of communication at all. The speaker was intending to refer to the guy on the television. The hearer takes him to be referring to the guy on the seat. And it's just an accident that the two happen to be the same. And many people want to plug this gap by putting extra conditions on the identity of thoughts. You only communicate if you communicate the same thought, and thoughts have to be typed more precisely than what they're about. You communicate a thought not if your hearer gets to be thinking about the same things, but only if they get to be thinking about the same things in the same way. But it's better not to try and put extra conditions on the same thought in this context. Look, there's nothing wrong with the idea that two thoughts might be in some sense similar, more or less similar, in addition to what they refer to. You might be thinking of Paris in a very different way from me. I don't want to to rule that out as something that makes sense. But it'd be a bit odd to try and develop an account of communication based on that kind of thought. You'd have to somehow specify how similar do the thoughts have to be in order for it to count as communication. And that looks like a mug's game. I mean, counting similarity, there are lots of dimensions. It'll vary from one context to another what we think is relevantly similar. Much better to say, no, you've got communication if the thought communicated, the thought adopted as a result of the utterance has the same referential value as the thought the speaker is trying to communicate. And put extra conditions on what's required for it to be a case of communication. And in particular, you may as well just say what I said a moment ago, that in this case, it was an accident that the two thoughts had the same referent. And you want to say it's a case of communication only if the fact that the hearer's thought and the speaker's thought have the same reference is not an accident. And I was speaking to Francois Recanati earlier about where does this idea come from? I had a student in New York about 8 years ago. We were working on this, related issues, and she came up with this suggestion, I think off her own bat in a term paper. And I know Victor Tamburini is working in this area and has a talk about it. But Francois says that the idea goes back to 20 years, 30 years, to a paper by Buchanan, who made the point that you can account for the requirements for communication just by specifying that the conveying of information not be fortuitous. So normally when speaker wants to convey some information to somebody, they want to get their hearer to focus on the object of interest. So I might ask you, I might point to the object of interest, I might describe it, I might use a name, I might refer to it anaphorically, referring back to some earlier conversation. And normally, the hearer will pick up on what I'm doing and focus, as it were, in the same direction. And when we get to focus in the same way on the object, then that's a case of communication. But that's not what's going on in the law example. I'm trying to get you to focus anaphorically on the guy we were looking at last night, and you focus on the guy across the aisle. And it's just an accident that the two are the same, and that's why it's not communication. Okay, so what did I have? Reasoning and action, belief attribution, communication. None of them are served by classifying thoughts more finely than reference. Okay, and I'm going to come to the issue of indexicality, essential indexicality. Which thoughts, if any, are essentially indexical? First, I want to clarify exactly what we should understand by the term indexicality. And I want to focus on specific understanding, pretty standard understanding, that indexicality is character-like, that you've got some item, some vehicle of thought, word, mental file, whatever you want to call it, and the same vehicle refers to different things on different occasions of use. Not sure indexical is always used like that. In Recanati's book, Mental Files, which I've talked about before, he has referring term, a vehicle of thought that is constituted by being able to see the object, another such item that's constituted by remembering the object, another one perhaps constituted by re-identifying the object, and he calls these files indexical. I mean, perfectly reasonable terminology, and the reason he used this term was to emphasize that the reference of these files is not constituted by the information inside the file. The files don't get referred to what they refer to, because that's the one and only thing picked out by the information in the file. The information in the file might be very thin and not pick out that thing uniquely. The file refers to what it does because of its external relation, its environmental relation to that object. My perceptual file refers to the thing I'm perceiving because that's the thing in front of me, not because I have enough information to uniquely identify it, and so on. Perfectly reasonable use of the term indexical. Reference is fixed in virtue of the item in question being in a certain context. So reference is context dependent. But that doesn't yet involve the idea of reference shifting from occasion to occasion. And that doesn't apply to Reconati's indexical files. When I open a perceptual file for some person, file might cease to exist when I stop perceiving, but it's not like it refers to somebody different on different occasions of use. You might think, well, think about object files in early vision. Think about Millikan has things she calls templates. So you might think you've got a kind of stock of potential referring terms. And I see an object, I pull one of those referring terms down and I stick it onto that cup. Or I see a new animal, I pull down an animal referring term and stick it onto the animal. And you might think, look, these referring terms, they could have been used to refer to some different animal. Those things could be reused to refer to something different on a future occasion. Not sure I want to especially think like that, but note, the thing doesn't get to refer until, it doesn't get to be a referring term until it's locked onto a referent. So the file, my cup file, my rhinoceros file, gets to be a referring term once it's used to refer to rhinoceros. And that referring term doesn't get to refer to anything else except the thing it got locked onto. So, indexicality for me is some referring term, some vehicle of thought that refers to different things. The same vehicle of thought refers to different things on different occasions of use. Now, I've already said that many demonstrative expressions, that woman, that cup, they're really indexical in this sense. I mean, they're character-like. I mean, technically these are not strictly indexicals, but they have this feature that the words, that woman, clearly refers to lots of different women on different occasions of use. That cup, the words refer to lots of different cups on different occasions of use. But that doesn't mean I've argued that the referring term in thought that they're expressing is similarly indexical. I have a referring term in my mind for Anne, the barrister, and that just always refers to Anne. Nothing character-like demonstrative there. I want to say the same even for pure indexicals like now and here and so on. At first pass. I'm going to come back. I mean, I'm not going to push this all the way. But I still want to say that plenty of uses, most uses of expressions like now, here, I'm going to talk in a minute about today, yesterday, and so on, are indexical in the words, but the thoughts they're expressing are not indexical. Here's Frege's famous example. Someone wants to say today what he expressed yesterday using the word today. Yesterday used the word today to say today is very rainy. He'll replace the word the next day with yesterday. Frege says, because although the thought is the same, the verbal expression must be different. So Frege's here, somewhat surprisingly, on my side. He thinks that you've got one thought that on, let's try and get it right, on Wednesday you express with today, and on Thursday you express with yesterday. Now, I mean, Fregeans have, I mean, people working on Frege find this difficult. How can it be the same thought if it's presented in different ways? Frege, by and large, types thoughts by the way they're presented. But in this passage in particular, I think Frege has it right. It is the same thought, and while we're presenting it in different ways in language, using today and yesterday, we aren't presenting it in different ways to ourselves in our head. I want to say we formed a name, a mental name, for the day in question. You might be able to date it, November the 24th, 2024. But you might just have an idea that day, you remember it all right. That, you've got a file for that day. And then you will exercise it on different occasions. On different occasions, you use different words to express the thought, but your thought is just about that day picked out in a name-like way. I want to say this in a lot of funny cases where Fregeans or philosophers of language more generally want to say we've got to recognize indexical modes of presentation, cases where people lose track of time. Look at, here's Rip Van Winkle. Before the American Revolution, he says, it's a lovely day today, he falls asleep, wakes up 20 years later and says, it was a lovely day yesterday. Don't we have to think in this kind of case where he's lost track of time that he's presenting the day before indexically? I don't think so. I think he's got a name-like file for that long past day. He opened it before he fell asleep. He's got the idea it was lovely. And later on, he misexpresses his thought. I mean, he wants to say of that day, the one he has a name-like file for, that it was lovely. He expresses this thought with yesterday. In fact, this is not a happy way of expressing it. It's the thought he's expressing that that particular name day was lovely. You might think, look, hang on, surely he can have a name-like file for today, the day he wakes up. Surely he can think about this day. I mean, if I think you can think about days in a name-like way, why not think about this day? And so can't he think about the day before this day, via that description, open another file for the day before yesterday? Sorry, the day before today, the day before the day he's woken up on. Okay, then you'll have two files. The file for the day before this day he can think about directly, and the file for the day 20 years ago before he fell asleep. And he's merged them. He thinks those are the same day, and he's confused. It's a confused idea. But still, confused ideas are what you get with name-like files. No reason to credit Rip with anything but name-like files so far. You might be wondering, why am I pushing everything into the name-like framework here? I mean, can't Rip form an unconfused indexical thought the day one day ago? I mean, why can't he think about a day before now? Well, I think he can. I think he can. But I think human beings really do think like that, and there's a good reason. We often express our thoughts like that, but we don't really think like that. So, occasions, events, things located at certain points in space and time, are themselves substances, kind of things that you might want to have a mental term for. They're things that can be identified in lots of ways and which have lots of features. Same goes for locations, places. They're things that we want to be able to think about, and because we can, a lot of properties will cluster in any particular location. So we want to be able to think about occasions and locations. How are we going to refer to them? Well, one way of referring to them is egocentrically, via the relation they bear to me now. So let me think about the room I'm sitting in, and there's the television 5 feet in front of me, and there's the easy chair off to my right. And that's a way one might think about locations in the room. But that's not a very good way of thinking about them, because as soon as I move or turn, I'm going to have to identify those things in a different way. The thing that's in front of me when I'm like this will be off to my right when I do that. And you don't want to be thinking about locations in such a way all the time, because every time you move, you're going to have to update your framework for referring to the locations. So it's much better to not name things, locations, places, by their relation to you, but by some kind of naming system. And when you do that and take yourself out the picture, you can think of those locations spatially related to each other in not an egocentric way, but an allocentric way. A map of where they all are that removes you from the picture. If you want to find your way around, you might figure out where you are in the map and which way you're pointing, and then everything will be fine. But a much more economical way of representing all those places and where they are in relation to each other is to take yourself out of the representation. Same goes for time. We could think of a certain day as 2 days ago, and then the next day we'd have to think of it as 3 days ago, and so on, and we'd have to update the name for that thing all the time. Better to take yourself out the picture, give all the events their own names, and think about how they're related in the spatial, in the temporal dimension, without worrying about where you are, and then again you can figure out how you relate to them by seeing where you are in that allocentric map. So you don't want to be thinking about even occasions, events, things in time, or places, locations, things in space, in an indexical way. You want to be thinking about in a name-like way, abstracted from their relation to you, much more efficient form of representation. And that's how we normally think. Except, and I'm going to stop in a second, when we speak and act, then we need to bring in indexical modes of representation. It was implicit in all the things I've been saying about we use the word that woman. Rip uses the word yesterday. I said he misexpressed himself when he said yesterday. Why did he misexpress himself? Because he thought the day in question was 1 day ago. And that's why he spoke wrongly. His utterance was informed by his mistaken information that the day in question was 1 day ago. So when you speak, and more generally when you act, you need to locate yourself in space and time in order to get moving. Think about, I'll just finish with this example. I want to reread, as I'm going to have to before my 4th lecture, the last section of Naming and Necessity. So I want to pick up the book, and so I walk around, and here's one book, it's here now in front of me. Here's another book, it's here now in front of me. And here's naming a necessity here now in front of me. And now I grab it. And I need it to be the case that naming necessity is here now in front of me in order to get me grabbing. We need a thought of that form to trigger action. Now, so I'll start next time with the fact that when it comes to action, essential indexicals are needed, and I'll point out that this really is a case of real character-like reference, and because of that, it's something that plays no real role in the structure of mental files. And I'll finish this bit next time by saying some people are puzzled about how deliberation and the motor system interact. They say there's an interface problem. The motor system speaks one language, the deliberative system speaks another. I'll show you no. The deliberative system and the motor system are designed to merge with each other. In fact, if you think about it, the whole purpose of deliberation is to get us to act. So the idea that deliberation could have evolved in a way that cuts it off from the systems that direct action is kind of makes no sense. In fact, the real puzzle in this area is finding out, trying to understand how deliberation ever manages to be decoupled from action. And that's going to be the main topic for me next week. So I'll stop there. Thanks.
David, you may want to tell me to shut up.
No.
In the traditional typology,
Yeah.
there is a class of demonstrative and a class of pure indexicals.
Right.
And in that tradition, it's Kaplan more or less.
Yeah.
When you talk about the here and now, is
Yeah.
your view extended also to the I, to the first person pronoun? If you tell me, wait until next week.
No. So there's the I that's going to act. Naming necessity is in front of me now. And that's certainly a true indexical. In fact, you might think, some people think it's the only true indexical, it's the only one we need. I mean, I'm not too fussed about that. So there's a me, but it needs to be added to now. So why I say this is because there's also the I have an I file, which refers to a person, a continuing person, who has lived for quite a long time now, and referring to that is not the same as referring to me now. So, and I don't know what I want to say about the I name of the persisting object, but clearly they do have some built-in connection. The me now is a stage of the I that I refer to throughout my life.
Thanks, David.
Mm.
So, two questions.
Mm-hmm.
The first one is about individuation of files. So, you often speak about the opening and closing of files in personal terms, but presumably that's something metaphorical. It's not something that we do in any straightforward sense of the term. It's something that happens subpersonally. And so I guess my question is then, why would you not extend what you said about belief attribution to the attribution of mental files more generally? So the thrust of your point about belief attribution was, well, it's context sensitive, it's a messy business. You'd be misguided in trying to look for the belief that someone holds because it depends on the context of attribution. Why would you not say something similar in that case about mental files? Or do you want to say something similar? Because when you talk about the opening and closing of mental files, it seems as though you're saying something different, like there's the mental file that's being opened and closed. And it's not a matter of context sensitive attribution. That's one question. Do you want to say something about
Let
it?
me just understand. You're not sure that there's any context-independent, cut-and-dried issue about when the file is open, when it's closed? Is that what you're worrying about? Because I haven't really worried about that at all. I mean, or is it that there's some kind of context-dependent ways in which we might want to think about the file as presenting its referent in a more specific way than just referring to it? Was that the...
No, it goes deeper than that. It goes as deep as I took your point about belief attribution to go. You said things to the extent that, well, it's a messy business.
Yeah.
Why is it messy? Because it would be mistaken to think that there's the belief that someone holds. Which belief someone holds depends on the context of attribution as well. So that doesn't mean that there aren't objective answers to questions about which belief someone holds. It's just we shouldn't mistake the idea of there being objective answers with there being one single correct answer to it.
Okay. Look, I should have perhaps been much more explicit and slow, but it wouldn't be such fun about this. So there's which belief somebody holds across individuals. Do we want to say that my Clark Kent belief is the same as your Superman belief? And that looks like a messy business. In that case, probably no, but I mean, I said that's a very special case. In the general case, it'll depend on our interests about whether we want to say the beliefs are the same. And the only hard thing there is, do they have the same referent? So the same belief beyond referent is a bit mushy across individuals. Within individuals, there's a different question. Do I have two files for the same object? So now I've got two files refer to the same thing, just like the inter-individual case, but here it's a matter of identity of particulars, which is a different thing altogether, and I take that to be not a messy business. I've launched one file, I've launched another file, I haven't merged them. That's all straightforward. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's helpful.
Yeah.
Let me say something else.
Okay.
Let me ask you the second question because it's related.
Okay.
And maybe I can come back to that point or not.
Yeah.
I guess I still have some trouble understanding just what the case is for the idea that files should be thought as being name-like. So you've pushed the idea and showed the attractiveness in various contexts.
Yeah.
But at one point, you put the idea by saying, well, a healthy mind has one referential term for each object.
Right.
Now, I take it that that is perhaps some kind of ideal that a healthy mind, that health should be. But, I mean, the Phrygian presumably doesn't want to gratuitously multiply referential terms, although there may be Phrygians who do that. All that she or he wants to say is something like, well, for a healthy mind, it's quite indispensable that in some cases we allow for something that's not just a referential term. I'm not even sure that they want to say something like we want to allow for two referential terms. We just want to allow for something else that's not just a referential term. And so I wasn't sure whether you were disputing something like that, as that kind of formulation suggested, or what the case against it was if you are disputing it.
So the case for regarding mental files or referring mental files as name-like kind of had two parts. One was the ideal is one referent, one concept, and that was supposed to remove the idea common to Phrygians that two terms are one thing. That's par for the course, happens all the time. Plenty of cases we want to be able to systematize what's going on there. So they're going to be fringe cases when we have Frege cases. That was one thought. But that wasn't the strongest argument, because even if they're fringe cases, they still exist. And we still have the phenomenon of two different people having numerically distinct files for the same object, and we might want to be able to systematically classify these files both within individuals and across individuals. And the case there was just, there was no work for such classifications to do. That was the thought, that typing files by what they refer to gives us very powerful explanatory resources. Beyond that, there's no work for any systematic classifying of the files to do. That was the argument.
Okay. Can I say one last thing? No.
Yeah. One, no.
Thank you. Yeah, I had a clarificatory question about the idea that coextensional, differences between coextensional concepts and thoughts are in their name and not in the thought or the concept themselves. So, there was a claim like that earlier.
Yeah.
Could you expand on how that might apply to like two equivalent mathematical truths, or like if 3 times 8 is 24 and 21 plus 3 is 24, they're intuitively different thoughts, but they would have, on many views of extensional semantics, the same referent. Or for another example, like if you derive Newton's laws of motion from Einstein's relativity, you would have 2 different formulations, and one person might have 2 different thoughts, seemingly, about the same system of planets or whatever.
Good,
Yeah.
yes. Helpful.
Yeah.
This kind of issue will come up more in the last lecture, but there's a tradition that tries to think of thoughts as not just typed, but constituted by their truth conditions thought of as sets of possible worlds. And if you think of things in that way, you're going to have trouble with different mathematical thoughts and so on. But I've got this whole apparatus of mental words as well. And so I can think of thoughts as constituted inter alia by their syntactic structure. And the syntactic structure of the 2 mathematical claims will be different. I mean, they've got different referring terms in. I mean, I've been focusing on terms rather than whole claims, and so that gives me the apparatus to deal with this. I mean, this is one special case of what goes wrong if you try and model thoughts just in terms of semantic entities. It's gets you into all kinds of troubles, can be easily avoided. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to clarify, so the difference is only in the syntactic formulation of the semantic content in that case when they're coextensional, or?
Yes, I mean, I'm not a formal semanticist. I don't know about technicalities. I imagine that once you have the semantic resources there, you might want to think of the truth conditions as different as well, where the truth conditions are attached to the semantic entities rather than just free-floating sets of possibilia.
Thank you.
Tim's got a question, but how long are we allowed to go on? How does this...
Well, that would be the last question.
Okay. Thank you. Tim?
Okay, I'll try and be quick. Thanks, David. I'm wondering how closely I'm supposed to follow the analogy with computer files. So I might have just one student, but I've got lots of files on them, because I've got the file where I keep their work, and I've got the file where I deal with the administrative stuff. Yeah. So in that sense, it's not true that for one object, I have just one file. And in fact, it's not pathological that I've got lots of files. It might be perfectly sensible. Yeah. Now, I take it you don't want to say, oh, no, but the point is at the right hierarchical level, you just need one file.
I do.
I thought you wanted to say something like, as long as it's picking out a bona fide object, it doesn't matter, because if objects are hierarchically organized, then it's okay to have files in a similar kind of hierarchical organization.
But
right.
Which objects are being hierarchically organized in your example? You've just got one student.
I've just got one student, yeah, but you might say, yeah, but there's an object that is the administrative burden associated with the student. So it's perfectly sensible to have one file for that. And there's another object that is the philosophical output of that student. So it's perfectly sensible to have one file for that. If you go that way, then you might say, as long as you're aware of how many files you've got, there's also nothing wrong with having the Superman file and the Clark Kent file. You might actually know that they both refer to the same individual person. But it's perfectly in your interest to have one file that tracks the flying aspect of that individual and another file that tracks the dweeby reporting aspect of that individual, because it makes sense to track both of those things as well. And you're not doing anything pathological if you know that both of the files attach to the same organism.
Yeah, I don't have any strong views. I mean, you got a file for me, right? And it's going to have bits of information. The bits of information will have other referring terms in. The other referring terms will have their own files, so these files will have an interlocking structure by their nature. If you want to make the administrative burden into an entity that I refer to, which I might well find it important to do, then it'll be like that. So there's an administrative burden, perhaps administrative burden for this student file, and it will be among the entities that enter into the claims made about the student. The student imposes a, how will you put it? I mean, the student has a larger administrative burden than any of the other students. I mean, I might want to have a file for the student's administrative burden to understand the structure of thoughts like that. Thank you all for coming to the third lecture, Thoughts and Things. So this lecture will be about indexicality, reference, and representation. The advertised title was indexicality, and I'll say a little bit about that, but I've said quite a lot about indexicality now, and I'm going to move on a bit in this lecture. So I'll start with a bit of indexicality, and I'll talk about reference and representation as an issue. I'll start talking about success semantics, decoupled representations, decomposing representation. I'll say a bit about exploration and reference switching. So last week, just to run over what I got to at the end, and I had to rush through, my main arguments were concepts are generally name-like. We open a file, it refers to the same thing all through its life. It doesn't shift reference from occasion to occasion. Indexicality in that sense, referring items that shift reference, feature only in a very specific area of cognition, in the thoughts that instruct the motor and speech systems. That's where I wanted to get to. And then I didn't say very much about the last bit, about how that works, and there's lots to say there. When I say that indexicality and such indexicals only feature in instructing the motor and speech systems, I didn't mean to say that they don't also feature in conscious personal level thoughts. I introduced the idea that we need these indexicals by saying when we come to act, I had the example, I want to read the last bit of Naming Necessity, and I'm in a room, and I think, that book here now, that's not Naming a Necessity. That's Naming a Necessity here now, and then that's the occasion for me to act. But we might well need some process of cognitive inference, conceptual inference, in order to arrive at the conclusion that naming a necessity is here now in front of me. I mean, I might reason it's a blue book. I've only got 2 blue books. The other blue book is in the kitchen, so this blue book must be naming necessity. Naming necessity is here now. So these essential indexicals do appear in conscious deliberate thought. There's lots of issues that I'm not going to be able to talk about how the essential indexicals interact with conscious thought. Adriana asked last week about how does the I now thought, it's in front of me now, relate to my permanent I file. And And I've been thinking about that, and I haven't got very much to say. Francois and I were just talking about it a moment ago, and it's not quite clear what's the connection between these I now thoughts and this permanent repository of information that I have about myself. Interesting question. I'm still thinking about it. Some people think there's a problem in understanding how conceptual thought interfaces with the motor system. Corrales and Aglia, Stephen Butterfield worry about the interface problem. Well, there are things to say here, but there can't really be a puzzle here. It's not puzzling. I mean, one thing we can take as given from the start is that there is going to be an interface between deliberate conceptual thought and motor instructions. After all, the whole point of having conceptual thought, the whole reason for us having evolved the ability to deliberate, to think, to reason, is precisely to instruct our motor systems in order to get us to behave in a more sophisticated and pointful way. So, and that's something I'll be talking about a lot more in this lecture. Just one point about the structure of files I was talking about and these essential indexicals. The essential indexicals feature in conceptual thought, all right, in the way I just gestured at. We might need to do all kinds of conscious deliberative reasoning in order to figure out that this is the occasion to act in pursuit of our desires. But even so, the indexical elements play no lasting role in the structure of files. There's no sense in which an indexical referring term can serve as a file to accumulate information. I've got this term, that book, here now, and now that referring item is going to accumulate information. That makes no sense, because that book here now will refer to a different item on a different occasion of use, and so there's no lasting referent to accumulate information about. We need name-like files to accumulate information. Indexical referring terms are no good for that. Nor even will indexical referring terms play a lasting role in other concepts files. I might have a naming necessity file, lots of information about naming necessity. Believe me, I've got a lot of information about naming a necessity. And you might want to think that for a moment in that file is the thought, and naming necessity is here now. And that might instruct my action. But we won't keep that thought in the naming necessity file. Naming necessity is here now, because it won't be here now next time. Next time I use here now, naming necessity is unlikely to be there. So these essential indexicals kind of might make a temporary appearance in our permanent files that refer to things, but they don't stay there. Okay, I now want to broaden out the picture. The things I've just been talking about will still be relevant to what I'm talking about today, but I want to broaden things out. And I want to talk about reference and representation generally. So I've been assuming, along with many of the people I've been discussing, that mental files concepts refer to objects. But you might wonder, well, how so? What's the mechanism? What's the metasemantics in virtue of which we have a file, we open a file when we start thinking about something, and we take it refers to the object. Okay, traditionally, it was thought, people who thought of concepts as Fregean modes of presentation, that the information attached to the concept would refer in virtue of uniquely picking out the referent, description theories of reference. I take it that we're not assuming that anymore. I can have a file, I open it for some object, I meet a cup, and then I'm referring to that item, accumulating information out of it, but I may well not have any kind of uniquely identifying information about it. You might think I've got to be able to track it, I've got to be able to re-identify it. I'm not sure. I think it's at first pass enough that I meet the cup, I open the file, I refer to it. You might say, given what I'm saying now, well, shouldn't we just think of the encounter with some object, some person, some physical object, some substance generally, some biological species, that the object you encounter when you open the file thereby becomes the reference. That the file always refers to the thing that triggered its opening. I don't mind that idea too much. I mean, it's pretty close to the truth, but we'll see at the end it's not quite the truth. And what's more, we need an explanation, which I haven't given at all yet, of why it is that certain mental items refer to what they do. And when we have that explanation, we'll see it's by no means guaranteed, though it is normal, that files will refer to the object that triggered their opening. To understand reference, we need to understand representation more generally. Reference for concepts, reference for names, reference for single words depends on the truth conditional content of whole thoughts. Frege's context principle. Only in the context of satsa do words have meaning. We need to think of the reference of words as their contribution to the truth conditions of whole sentences. It can kind of seem puzzling. I mean, thoughts are composed of concepts, sentences are composed of words, so there's a sense in which the truth condition, the content of the whole thought, the whole sentence, depends on the referential contributions of the words. The referential contributions of words just are the contribution they make to the whole truth condition. So that in the order of construction of thoughts, kind of the parts come first and the whole is determined by the parts. But from the metasemantic perspective, this perspective of metaphysical dependence, we need to start with the truth conditions, the referential content of whole thoughts. And we need to understand what it is for the components of thoughts to refer to what they do in terms of the kind of contribution they systematically make to the whole thoughts that they contribute to. So what I'm going to try and do in this lecture is give you an account of what it is for a whole thought to represent as it does, to have the truth condition as it does, appealing to telesemantic ideas associated mainly with Ruth Millikan. And I want to try and use that to explain, in virtue of what particular files, particular concepts refer to what they do. Okay, so the issue for now is theory of representation. In virtue of what do thoughts represent what they do? This is a kind of late 20th century problem. It's kind of puzzling that people never used to worry about this in history of philosophy, not in the way we now do. And I think about why that's so. I'm not a big issue. But I guess a dominant thought until the middle of the last century was that the conscious goings on inside our head fix what our thoughts are about. I mean, just reflect on your thoughts. Can't you see what they're about? Isn't that kind of built into the nature of the thoughts, the introspective nature of the thoughts, that they make the claims about the world that they do? I mean, I'm not sure how much sense that thought makes, but it was a kind of thought that largely went without examination, largely went without saying. Somehow, externalism, materialism, in the middle of last century, we started thinking about things from the outside, as it were. I mean, here are organisms, they have goings-on inside their head, and now there's a puzzle about what it is that makes those goings-on inside their head represent things outside the head. How to approach this issue? Well, a natural thought is to start asking, well, what's the explanatory significance of representation? Here we have states of organisms, states of people, and we want to think of these states as having truth conditions. And a good question to ask is, what's the explanatory significance of this possession of truth conditions? What happens in the world in virtue of thoughts, representations more generally, having truth conditions? I mean, even that was kind of quite a hard question to get into focus. If you think of the launch of cognitive science, Fodor and Chomsky, Fodor's solipsism, he thought, right, I'm going to give you a story about the explanatory significance of representations. It's all to do with causal interactions inside the head. But became clear after a while that that might tell you about the explanatory significance of representations, but it's not telling you about the explanatory significance of representation. That story doesn't seem to invoke the fact that these things inside the head represent circumstances outside the head. It's to do with the way these things inside the head causally interact, and as far as the story goes, it's not clear that the fact they represent things outside the head makes any difference to that story. Once this issue came into focus, the first thing people probably thought was, well, to ascribe a content, a truth condition, a circumstance in the world as the representational content of some thought is perhaps just to specify which circumstances in the world will give rise to that thought. Is to kind of allude to the typical causes of the thought. But that's not a very good answer. I mean, for a start, it's too promiscuous. Thoughts are often caused by things other than their truth conditions. Sadly, unfortunately, human beings and other organisms often subject to false thoughts. Just talking about the circumstances that cause their thoughts doesn't really seem to point us to the thought's representational content. More specifically, we surely need a story that's going to tell us about representational content in a way that will make the difference between true and false thoughts matter to what happens in the world. This idea that there are certain circumstances that cause you to have thoughts doesn't seem to trade on the significance of truth conditional content, doesn't seem to bring in the fact that it matters whether a thought is true or not. I think a way to get around this is to, first pass, bring in a rather unpromising and old-fashioned idea. If we want to understand the representational significance of a thought, or think of it as a neural state in the head, we need to think about how the subject interprets that thought. What the subject makes of the thought. Now, of course, when I say that first pass, it sounds regressive. You don't want to have the subjects thinking another thought, interpreting the first thought. That's not going to get us anywhere. But think of the subjects interpreting the thought in terms not of further thoughts, but in terms of action. And then we can find the key we want. The most clear illustration is where we have not internal thoughts, but external signals. The famous example of Seyfarth and Cheney's monkeys, the vervet monkeys. They've got three signals, they shout out well, I'll say it in English, but they shout out eagle or snake or leopard. And as far as what causes the state, eagles are not a very good story about what causes the state. The monkeys are quite sensibly prone to raise an alarm pretty readily. So certain kinds of dark clouds, aeroplanes, all kinds of things in the sky will make them shout out eagle. What shows that the representation means eagle is not what gives rise to the state, but what the monkeys then do. They run into the bushes. And that's a sensible thing to do just in case there's an eagle around. So you can see by their behavior, they're interpreting the signal as representing that there's an eagle there. Move it inside the head. I have some state that, let's take it, represents that there's a cube in front of me. Might be caused by lots of things other than cubes. All kinds of holograms, tromboid illusions might make me get into that state. What shows it it's representing a cube is what it makes me do. It makes me reach out and grab in a certain way. And what I do will work just in case there's a cube there. So I'm interpreting the mental state, the mental signal, as signifying a cube in the sense that I behave in a way that's appropriate to a cube being there. You can summarize these thoughts by saying that the condition represented by a mental state is the condition under which the actions which respond to the state will succeed. The subject is taking this state as proxy for some external circumstance, in the sense that it's behaving in a way that's appropriate, that will succeed, just in case the external circumstance is thus and so. And that's the basic idea of representation, if you ask me. I mean, note how now we can see what explanatory work notions of truth conditional content do. Now we can see that there's some further patterns in the world, certain processes that happen because of truth conditional content. It's not just things going on inside the head, various internal states interacting and perhaps generating some behavior. I mean, there is that. That's what the narrow cognitive science does for us. It tells us how internal states will lead agents to behave. But once you bring in representation, as well as representations, we can explain something else. We can explain not just that the agent will behave in a certain way, but they will succeed in achieving some result. Escaping the eagles, grabbing the cube. Not in every case where the behavior is prompted. When there's no eagle there, it's just an aeroplane running into the bushes is a waste of time. When I'm fooled, I might grab through nothing. Not in every case is the success achieved. But it's achieved precisely in those cases where the mental state was true. So think of it like this. The mental state prompts some behavior, and then if it's true, there'll be a truth condition in the world, and the truth condition together with the behavior will give rise to success. So that's the basic structure of representation. And what it shows that representation does give us explanatory power. People worry about the causal efficacy of content. The truth is, it's not the content per se that's causally efficacious, but the truth condition when it obtains that combines with the behavior to produce success. You might think of the representational context as programming for that kind of explanation of success in terms of the fact that makes the belief true. Okay, that's a very broad church framework I've given you so far. It's going to be developed in lots of different ways. I myself am inclined to develop it in the framework of teleosemantics, i.e. think about success in terms of achievement of functions and think of functions in terms of histories of natural selection. I guess most philosophers who hear somebody say this don't like it. They don't like the idea that somehow the explanatory significance of truth conditional content should somehow hinge on long ago facts about natural selection. How can that old history matter to how the explanation goes now? I don't want to fight about that now. I'm happy to let that pass. The crucial idea is that truth is fuel for success. If there's some other way of explaining what it is for actions to have a purpose, to succeed in achieving some end, if you can give me some non-biological or perhaps just non-historical account of what counts as success, then I'm happy. We'll be on the same side. I mean, I regard the appeal to evolutionary histories as a detail relative to the general shape of success semantics. I want to talk about a more important challenge to this way of thinking about representation. And that's the challenge of explaining how it extends beyond the case of representations that inform basic actions. It's very easy, but now we're down to the level of the motor system, and you've got me grabbing a cube or the monkeys running into the bushes. So you can see, right, that's what it is for me to represent a cube at the point where I'm acting, or for the monkeys to represent an imminent eagle. But humans, and maybe lots of other organisms, represent all kinds of things beyond the conditions for successful action. I mean, we represent things in chemistry and astronomy, we represent things in history, we represent fairly abstract things, political systems, musical compositions. How is this story about representation going to apply there? I mean, the challenge is that teleological representations, success semantic representations, as I've described them so far, seem limited to representing affordances, occasions for action. People talk in this context of the Umwelt, the animal's Umwelt, the way the world appears to the organism from the point of view of action. And it's not clear how story of representation based in that kind of example is going to explain how we get to represent things beyond the immediate conditions of action. Mark Ortega has a nice way of developing this worry, more precise. So push me, pull yous. They're, well, not real, obviously, from British children's stories, Dr. Dolittle. And Ruth Millikan adopted this term for representations that are somehow tied to prompting behavior. So you might think of the monkey's eagle cry as simultaneously having an indicative content, there's an eagle around, and an imperative content, get in the bushes. Or you might think of my cube representation as having an indicative content, there's a cube there, and imperative content, hold your hand so. And there's a quite close connection between the visual representations and the motor signals that are appropriate to grabbing things seen by the visual system. And so Mark says, well, isn't that going to be the case for all teleosemantic accounts of representation? You only get representations that have an imperative side as well as a descriptive side. But, and this is the challenge, surely that's wrong. Surely humans, and arguably many other animals, have representations that are purely indicative. They just describe how things are. They aren't telling you what to do. When I tell you that helium atoms have 2 electrons, or Cleopatra was ruler of Egypt. What's the action that I'm signaling? None at all. I have there representations we might call decoupled, representations that have no connection with any specific behaviors. No behaviors that are tied to those representations. And Ortega's challenge is how can we account for decoupled representations in the success semantic, teleosemantic framework? There's some literature on this. Kim Sterelny, Peter Godfrey Smith, my colleague Matteo Mamelli have tried various ideas. One idea is that a given state might prompt different behaviors given extra ancillary information. The monkeys, when they see an eagle far away, I think there's a modulation of the signal that says eagle far away, then they kind of edge towards the bushes, they don't run into them. When the eagle's very close, they do something different. So now you've got different behaviors. There's the eagle signal, and then there's some extra information that's far away, and they'll do different things. You might think the eagle behavior doesn't have any behavior of its own. But it's not that it really does it. You might say, well, look, there's one signal, eagle far away, it's got one behavior. Another signal, eagle close up, it's got a different behavior. You might try bringing in, well, perhaps the state will prompt different behaviors given different motivational states. I see a cube and I might reach out if I want to grab it. I might point to it if I want to show you an example of a cube. I might shuffle it around if I'm trying to build some Lego building block kind of thing. But still, you might say, well, that's not really detaching the signal from the behavior. This is the cube signal, and it's saying, if you want to grab it, do this. If you want to build a tower, do this. It's a disjunctive, a rather more complicated imperative, but it's still an imperative. I think the way to make progress here is to think about the decomposition of representational systems. So here I'm following Karen Neander. So Robert Cummins came up with a paper in 1975, Functional Analysis, and we etiologists about whatever, function is a matter of evolutionary history, functional representations matter of, we hated Cummins. We thought he was just missing the point. He's got all this complicated machinery with parts playing their different roles, but those aren't really functions. They don't explain why the items that are there are as they are. But Karen Neander picked up Cummins and showed us that he has a lot to offer teleosemanticists. So the Cummins idea, let's put it in terms of functions, and not worry too much about whether they're etiological functions or Cummins functions, is that you can have a system, maybe an organism, and you can break it down into subsystems, and you can break those down into subsystems, and each part, each component in this decomposition will have its own special function, its own proximal function. So it's an organism, humans, and they have a digestive system and a cardiovascular system. Cardiovascular system has various parts. It has the heart, the lungs, the blood vessels. And, right, the cardiovascular system's job is to oxygenate the tissues and remove waste products. Break that down. The heart, its function, its job is to circulate the blood. You can see this. I mean, suppose the cardiovascular system isn't oxygenating the blood. Does that mean the heart isn't doing its job? Well, the heart might be doing its job just fine, but the lungs mightn't be doing their job. So the heart's job isn't to oxygenate the blood, it's to pump the blood. The lungs' job is to get the oxygen into the blood, and together they're going to do that, right? So there's parts, and each part has its own specific function. Now, Neander, having shown us this, then made a horrible mess of things, if you ask me, and she ended up deciding that the function of representations was always to represent something proximal, or at least perceptual representations, and not in the external environment. But I don't think that follows from the points that we've addressed so far. We can think of representational aspects of cognition themselves in the Cummins way. In fact, we've already had that in the examples I've given you. I didn't put it in these terms. Millikan says that when you have the monkeys and their signals, or the visual system and the form of objects, you have a consumer, the motor system, I'm going to reach out, or the monkeys who hear and are going to respond, and you have a producer, the system that is producing a representation. So the producer in the vision case is the visual system, the producing a representation in three-dimensional, 2.5-dimensional form, and the consumer is the motor system, which then takes that representation and acts appropriately. That basic setup has a component that produces representations and a component that consumes representations. The job of the producer is to produce a representation when a certain circumstance obtains, is to produce true representations. It's not its fault if the consumer then messes up, my hand's not working properly, the producer's done its job. Okay, nice point is that in some cases we can have consumers of representations whose job is itself to produce representations. So I had a producer and a consumer. The consumer's job was to grab things. But now I'm going to change. I'm going to have a producer that's producing representations, and it's going to be consumed by a consumer that produces more representations. I mean, in fact, we can think about the vision case. It's already there in early vision. We have, within the system that's producing representations of 2.5D form, they're subsystems. They're edge detectors. They're edge detectors that, first of all, try and figure out where these discontinuities in luminosity and chromaticity are, and figure out where the edges of objects are. And they've done their job. If they say there's an edge, where there is an edge. And then their production of edge representations will be consumed by the further system, whose job is to, and perhaps using other information about stereopsis and so on, to produce the 2.5-dimensional form of physical objects. And then the 2.5-dimensional form of physical objects, that will represent what it does, because it's going to be consumed eventually by the motor system. So now we have a system of lots of components. And we could imagine, well, we can think about it, but many components in our representational system involving all kinds of inferences. Each part has its own proximal job to represent some feature of the world. I mean, the whole process will eventually cash out in motor instructions. That's the point of the whole process. And the purpose of the earlier stages is to contribute to the success of the motor actions. But still, the components have representational functions of their own. Now this means, I mean, it makes perfectly good sense to suppose that in humans and other organisms, they're systems whose job is to explore and inquire not in order to feed into any particular action sequence, action plan, but just to get information against the day it might become useful. You put a rat or similar animals in a new environment, they'll scurry around, just checking out where everything is. Not in order to immediately start acting, but just to store up this information. I mean, humans do that to the nth degree. They spend a lot of time thinking about philosophy and science and so on, not because any particular action is going to be informed by this, but just because this kind of information might come in useful one day. In fact, I mean, humans have probably got a derivative desire to pursue this kind of curiosity, even in cases where it's clear it's never going to make any difference to action. But that's a side point. And now I think we can see why we get decoupled representations. There's no sense in which the representations coming out of these exploratory, abstract inquiring systems are tied to any behaviors. I mean, you could imagine a great big disjunction, but that's got silly now. It's open-ended what desires are going to be informed by this information and what actions are going to follow. Now, to tie it back to things I said in the first two lectures, we might expect this kind of open-ended exploration and inquiry to focus on substances, the kinds of things for which we open files, persisting objects, organisms, species, chemical substances, any of the objects which are loci of rich bodies of information which can be smoothly and efficiently stored in the kind of files we were talking about in the first two lectures. So exploration is going to lead to exploration inquiry, organisms just running around trying to identify substances, entities in which properties cluster, and opening name-like files to store that information. Okay, so we might seem to have got back to where we started. You might wonder what was the point of that long detour back to the starting point. Looks like we have subjects, organisms, other subjects, humans, other subjects, have files for substances, and those files refer to the item that prompted their launch. Items that, in which properties will cluster and in which can be usefully referred to by files. But now I want to show you that that's not quite right. And I want to give substance to the point I made at the beginning, that files will normally, but not always, refer to the substance prompting the file's launch. Before I make this point, let me make a different point. I wasn't clear about this until last week, but I was talking to Francois before my lecture then. And there's a sense in which origins are essential to files. But that's not a semantic notion, that's a constitutive notion. So the idea is I have a word, a name in the language of thought. I wanted to say at the beginning, think of these as persisting objects. They're items that, like a lectern or a cup that exists through time and to which the thought is items of information get attached. And qua persisting objects, I want to say, their origin is essential to them. If you imagine an object with a different origin, it ain't the same object. I'll say more about essential properties and why origins of persisting objects are essential to them in my lecture next week. But I want to hold that this is persisting object and it goes on through time And lots of things can change, but one thing that can't change, so to speak, obviously can't change in time, but it can't change in modal space either, is its origin. So the origin of a file is essential to that file. So origins are essential to the file, but naming the object that was there at the origin, the thing in the world that prompted the launch of the file, naming that object is not essential to the file. A file can at one time name an object and then cease to name it later on. Famous examples, Madagascar cases. Files can switch reference during their life. The Madagascar case, Gareth Esden's famous example, in response to Kripke's causal theory of names. Talk about Kripke next week. I could have been talking about him today, but Evan's example is that apparently the name Madagascar originally referred to where are we going? I've got a picture of Madagascar here, but that's Evan's example was that the name Madagascar originally referred to that bit of Africa over there, and then somehow, through travellers' tales, the European public got muddled up and started using it to refer to the island. And I want to say that's perfectly possible. You can have a file, it's launched, initially as a result of being in contact with some object, maybe for a while the file refers to that object, but then after a while it comes to refer to a different object. And to explain how that works, we need the kind of representation that I've been outlining. So remember, what a state represents is the circumstance in which the consumption of that state by downstream processes will be successful. Now, when we do telesematics, we normally think of the purpose of the consumers as being given, and the producers are then selected to serve them. Frog shoots out its tongue, its aim is to catch a fly. I reach out, my aim is to grab the object in front of me. And then we get the producers, the visual system, trying to be good at detecting the circumstance in which the behavior is going to work. But you could think of it the other way around. You could think, here are these producers, we've evolved to have, as it were, open-ended, freestanding producers, just producing indicative representations. And now the consumers come along and figure out what's a good way of responding to these producers. And the result will be the same. We'll end up a system where the producers and the consumers are adapted to each other. Now, when we think of it that way, the consumers coming along and adapting themselves to the producers, by and large, they'll want to adapt themselves to the circumstance in which the object that was the origin of the file is present. I mean, after all, the properties in the file, the properties ascribed to the referent, it will generally be that object that has those properties. But not always. So sometimes, as in the Madagascar case, you find people, the general linguistic community, is using the term not in the original way. And at that point, it becomes sensible for the consumers, the people hearing information about Madagascar, to act in a way that will work if the island has those properties, not in a way if that bit of the mainland has the property. Because after all, given the way the linguistic community is now working, that's the thing that's likely to have the properties in the file. We can do it in a more basic case. I mean, suppose a dog comes to recognize somebody new, opens a file first time, my brother say, and then after a while my brother's not around and I'm there, and the dog uses the same file because it had the same origin, to accumulate information about me. Well, clearly the dog will do better to act in ways that will be successful if I have the properties in the file, because I'm the person who's normally going to have those properties. So, in these fine cases, in these Madagascar cases, we can see that reference does not automatically depend on origin. In most cases it will depend on origin, but not automatically. What it really depends on are truth conditions, and truth conditions are the conditions under which a consumption of a representation will be successful. And I'm going to stop. I've got to the end this time.
Thanks, David. You suggested when we discussed before the lecture that I would disagree with some of the things you would have to say today. I don't know what you had in mind, but anyway, that's not my question. So what do you do with Evan's own suggestions about the dominant source of information in the file, being what determines what the file is about? Do you accept that as part of the success semantic picture that you presented?
That's I think the corollary of what I said. If the consumer is going to adapt itself to what the producer is doing, I mean, what the producer is doing doesn't really have a content in abstraction from the way it's going to be consumed, but we can still think of the consumer kind of doing its stuff first, and then consumers coming along and trying to figure out, or adapt themselves what to make of this signal that's coming out of the producer. And the most functional thing for the consumer to do is to treat the content as about the dominant source of information. Because, so to speak, that's the way for the consumer to have as many true beliefs as possible and to succeed as often as possible. Success, I mean, it will need to also be geared to what the referent is. But yes, I mean, the dominant source of information will be the right thing. There's an issue here which I haven't really thought through, which is to do with what's going on in the interim where the consumer is adapting itself to the way the producer is working. But maybe that's fine, because what's going on Madagascar originally refers to one place, as later on it refers to a different place. It's fuzzy in between. What's made the difference is that people have started responding to information differently. So yeah. Yeah.
Hi, David. Thank you very much for this very interesting lecture. And I couldn't agree more than that representations serve an explanatory purpose. But however, for something to count as an explanation, intentions come into play, I think. Right? One favorite example is somebody is asking, "Where's Mary?" And you reply, "It's Monday." And obviously, the person asking the question knows it's Monday, but hasn't connected the fact that it's Monday to Mary's absence, and apparently is ignorant of the fact Mary doesn't work on Monday, right? So I think, although I entirely agree that you enter into explanations with your representation, there is a certain level in which you enter the intentional domain. So let me tie that into a more theoretical question, perhaps. Well, ever since discourse representation came onto the market in the 80s, we've been thinking about how contexts change, but I don't think I've ever seen a proper account of the fact that indexicals may, in fact, change their referent and sort of escape from the Kaplan ideology where I is always interpreted by the speaker and you by the hearer, or whatever the orthodoxy is. And yet they don't appear in quotation. So let me probably remind you of the famous British children's poem, "If I were you and you were me, I had one and you were three." right? And then it goes on about something rather more practical about who wears what trousers. But
okay.
It's not hard for us
No,
to
no, I
understand
know
that. And I have yet been at a loss to give a proper account of that kind of switch. And we colloquially so often say, if I were you, I wouldn't go to that lecture. Or if I were you, I would do this or that.
Yeah,
right? We never have a problem with that. But which indexical theory accounts for that kind of reference switch?
I have a little view about that, but I know about these cases from Hans Kamp. I mean, he was... so I is supposed to be super rigid and so on, but... example I know is, there's a dangerous armed burglar around, and my daughter knocks on her grandmother's door, and grandmother opens it, and daughter says, "No, you should be more careful opening the door. I might have been the burglar." And right, I mean, she doesn't clearly mean that she, it's not metaphysically possible for her to be the burglar. She's a little girl, right? It's what she means is the person at the door, right? So in those cases, we standard thing, right? Don't read off the content of the thought from the content of the words used to express it. And in this case, the only way to interpret what thought is being expressed by the words is my daughter means the person at the door might have been the burglar, not she might have been the burglar. So that's that case. Explanation. I don't like explanation. I mean, it's often easier to convey what you say by talking about explanation. I should just have been talking about causation. I wanted to know what causal difference truth conditional content makes in the world. That's nice and meaty and objective. And then when it comes to explanation, there's all this pragmatic stuff, tell the person the thing that they don't know, you don't have to fill in all the other stuff and so on. So my interest was really in what causal difference does representation make.
Okay, thank you very much for your paper. I wanted to ask you to what extent your story about decoupling rests on the primacy of serving the goals of an instrumental action as opposed to communicative action. And but then the question, in the case of the monkeys, for example, you have a producer of the signal and you have a consumer of the signal, and in a way, is it the case for you, on your view, that the producer of the signal has to kind of decouple her own action, her own behavior, her own instrumental behavior, which is to protect herself, the agent self, in order to make another agent become able to benefit or act instrumentally in appropriate circumstances. So I was asking, the question is, is the decoupling story dependent on some kind of primacy of instrumental action over communicative action, or once you recognize maybe the dual nature of instrumental and communicative action, what does it do to your story about decoupling?
I don't have any very good answer. What I was thinking was that the instrumental actions were the only actions important, and the communication, I mean, it's not an ideal example from that, but that's just a bit of the machinery. It's no different from what's going on inside my head when the visual system informs my action. But of course, commutative acts are a special class of action of a rather difficult and complicated kind, and I don't have very much to say about that and how far intentions are crucial to the whole speech production system is, I don't want to talk about it, it's too difficult, it's too interesting. Yeah, but yeah, so the communication of information prior to instrumental action was supposed to be just mechanical. I mean, don't think of it as an action. Gregory?
Thank you. I have a question to see whether how I understand these things that you're saying. So you want to say that on the one hand we can do most of the work with name-like concepts, but you want to maintain that there are essential indexicals in some cases. These are tied to actions, right? But then I wonder, isn't it sufficient to have the name-like concepts even in action, given that, for instance, the especially important concept I in actions will be a name-like concept in your account? So why should we suppose that beyond the name-like concept I, sort of Millikan style name, there's no need to postulate here an indexical. Why should we suppose that there are essentially indexical instances of I, or another concept that is indexical and that is homonymous, maybe, I don't know, or how do these two things articulate? I didn't understand that.
So the name-like I file I have, which I do think is name-like. I think it's very odd to think that my I thoughts are indexical. They refer to different things on different occasions. Clearly they don't. They always refer to me, the persisting organism. But just to have I thoughts like that isn't going to serve for the purposes of action. We act at spatio-temporal locations. We act at a here and a now. And to know that David Papineau will start his lecture in the Collège de France at 2 o'clock on December the 2nd, that's not going to get me acting. This is basic Perry point, right? I'm only going to act when I know that I am in the Collège de France, I'm at that place now. And so I need this now thought. Me now, me here now, is located in a certain place to get acting. It's because we act at spatio-temporal points. And the persisting, the reference to persisting self does not relate us to spatio-temporal points in the right way for action. Yeah?
Sure, so that's the exponential.
Ah.
So if you have an account with names, I mean, I would agree, that's the datum that we want to extend. You recognize that
Right, but the essential indexicals are here and now. Now, what I'm not so clear about, and this was Adriana's question at the end last time, is that we need a here and a now term to get us acting, but we also need to connect it to I. Yet I is the name for this lasting, persisting object. And we need somehow this lasting, persisting object to be connected to the here now. And I think there's more to say there, and I just don't even know how to phrase the issue, but there's clearly more to say there. Alice has one last quick question. No?
If I'm still allowed to be quick.
Okay.
It's past 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
Okay, if I'm allowed to take a second question. I was born and bred in dynamic semantics, if you want, right? So I took issue with the view that you seem to propagate that representations get started once you get a sentence presented to you, right? I don't think representations come out of the blue, but they are in all sorts of important and intricate ways tied to their past, if you want, of the past of our conversation, or your past, my past, whatever, shared past, whatever, they don't come out of the blue, right? So I hope you agree with that. And I think a lot of the work of dynamic semantics is exactly formally modeling how these dependencies work and interact, right?
Absolutely. My subject in these lectures has not really been the structure of language. And of course, language is rich with anaphora and so on. But it's a further question whether thoughts have that kind of anaphoric structure. I mean, it's not obvious to me they do. I mean, so that there's all the complications of how thoughts are expressed in language. I'm trying to get to the structure of thoughts. So, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I should start. Before I start, I'd just like to say how much I've enjoyed giving these lectures so far, and I'd like to thank the Collège de France and Foundation Hugo and Professor François Recanati for inviting me. It's been a pleasure. So this is now lecture 4, and I've got quite a lot to get through, so I won't read all that. I'll just move along. And today I'm going to add some metaphysics to the semantic issues I've been talking about so far. I'm going to talk both about metaphysical modality and about the mind-body problem. But as you'll see, the things we've been talking about so far will inform my discussion of these issues. So let me start. Quite a lot of this lecture will be about Kripke and Kripkean themes. So let me start with naming a necessity. And goodness, that's a new typeface. I think I can live with that. Sorry about that. I don't know where it came from. So one of the most striking features of naming necessity was its way it introduced philosophers to a posteriori necessities. I don't know how many of us here can remember before Kripke, but when I was an undergraduate, the idea that there was anything to necessity apart from analyticity, a prioricity, didn't make sense. In fact, I can remember thinking people who thought that kind of thing, there were one or two, the Niels, my old professor Gert Buchdahl, I thought they were kind of corrupt somehow, crazy. I can remember my first philosophy book was Language, Truth and Logic, and if you look up necessity in the index to Language, Truth and Logic, it says see a priori. Right, but Kripke pointed out, and didn't take much to persuade us, that there are plenty of a posteriori truths that are clearly necessary. Proper name identities, Hesperus Phosphorus, Cary Grant is Archie Leach. Could Cary Grant not have been Archie Leach? Could Marilyn Monroe not have been Norma Jean Baker? Doesn't really make sense. My father was Owen Papineau. Could I have had a different father? Could there be a possible world in which I didn't have Owen as father? Would be a possible world in which I wasn't there. Could water not consist of H2O molecules? And so, could humans not be descended from the original humans, from apes? Again, it seems not to make any metaphysical sense. And the case I'll be looking at, and this is contentious because this won't strike so many people as obviously true. Maybe they'll see it's necessary if it were true, but I doubt it's true, that experiences, conscious experiences, like, say, having the experience as of seeing something red, are one and the same as certain neural processes. I'll be talking about neural oscillations in V4, area of the visual cortex, as what experiences, sensory experiences, visual experiences are. So here are claims that you need to investigate in order to find out that they're true. Somebody can know who David Papineau is, know who Owen Papineau is, and not know that he's my father. You could know about humans and about apes, and not know that humans are descended from apes. I mean, it requires a posteriori information to ascertain these necessities. So there's two questions here. One is why are these truths necessary, and the second is, why are they a posteriori? And I regard these as both rather deep and interesting issues. I think Kripke pointed us to things that we hadn't really appreciated before, been sensitive to before. I mean, things that were off the philosophical agenda. But not everybody agrees about this. And plenty of philosophers, perhaps most philosophers, who knows, offer what I think of as rather shallow answers to both those questions. So here's one answer to the question of why are those claims necessary? Why is it that my parenthood is essential to me, but say my birthplace isn't? I mean, intuitively we feel I couldn't have had a different father or mother, but I could easily have had a different birthplace. I mean, I was, as it happened, born in Como, but that's because my father was working in Milan at the time. But, you know, he could have taken a different job. I could have been born in London. But could I have a different father? No. Why is that? Well, many people think that's just a conceptual truth. That's just a kind of way we think about people. It so happens that our concept of people builds parents into the identity of people, but doesn't build birthplaces in. So people say the same thing about chemical substances in the molecular constitution. I mean, here's water, and as it happens, we think that the chemical constitution is what goes with water across counterfactual thinking. But we could have done it differently. We could have thought of water as just odorless, colorless liquid, watery stuff, and held that fixed across possible worlds. If something's odorless, colorless, and tasteless, then necessarily it's water. We could have done it like that, we just don't. That's what I think of as the shallow answer. And in truth, there are various things that Kripke says, I guess, in Naming a Necessity, but certainly subsequently that suggests it's just a conceptual matter that certain Kripke conditionals are true. Here's a Kripke conditional. If somebody has a certain parent, then necessarily they have that parent. If some chemical substance has a certain molecular constitution, then necessarily it has that constitution. And the shallow thought is that this just happens to be part of our concepts of parents, of people, part of our concepts of chemical substances. So that's the answer to why are the necessary truths necessary. Just that our concepts happen to endorse certain Kripke conditionals. What about the a posteriority? Here's the shallow answer. The shallow answer hinges on the traditional idea that if you're thinking of some entity, if you're referring to some entity in thought, then you must have identifying knowledge of it, and identifying knowledge either comes directly via being, in some sense or other, I'm not going to pause on exactly what sense, being acquainted with the object, and it either comes from acquaintance or it comes from an identifying description. And the thought is that, well, if you're thinking of something directly, then all its logical and definitional features will be available to you a priori. But if you're thinking of it at second hand, then not necessarily so. You're thinking of the object at arm's length, then it can have some logically specified features that you don't know about. And that's where the a posteriority comes from, because you're thinking of something indirectly. This kind of setup, we might associate it with Russell, gives rise to the, I'm not saying notorious, maybe not everybody thinks of notorious, the conceivability, possibility principle. If I conceive of a necessary truth as being false, if I conceive an impossibility, So I conceive that David Papineau has a different parent from Owen. Clearly I can do that. Well, I can't be thinking of David Papineau directly because then his essential features would be available to me. I must be thinking of him via some contingent description. And then there'll be a possible world in which the object picked out by that contingent description, maybe the person who bears the name David Papineau, has a different parent from Owen. So the thought is, if ever I can conceive of a necessity being false, there must be some possible situation where it is false. Now, I'm not going to question these two shallow answers. And first, the first one, that it's just a matter of convention that we regard certain features of entities as essential to them. Well, maybe the necessity of identity is just forced on us by logic. And we can, the issues here about which features of our thinking commit us to quantifying into modal context. But if you do quantify into modal context, you're going to have to accept the necessity of identity. But certain other a posteriori necessities don't seem to fit this model at all. I mean, why are parents and not birthplaces essential to people? I mean, why is constitutions essential to chemical substances? I don't think that's just a matter of convention. I think a community, you can imagine a community that talks about people, they could refer to people, they knew what people are, but took their birthplaces to be essential to them, but not their parents. Now, you couldn't have been born in a different place, David Papineau. You could have had a different parent, but you couldn't have been born in a different place from Coma. I don't think they just have a different concept of people. I think they'd be wrong. They'd be substantially wrong. That's not true. It's not true that my birthplace is essential to me in the way that my parenthood is. And the same with chemical substances. It's just not true that the appearance is essential to chemical substances in the way their molecular constitution is. Now, in fact, I think I've got an explanation of why we adopt the Kripke conditionals that we do. And I think it falls out of something I touched on in earlier lectures. And this is the idea that Millikan calls substances. Substances are entities whose instances share many properties. I talked about them back in lecture 1 as the feature of the world that allows us to represent great bodies of information in a very economical and easily processable way. And I want to show you that the same features of the world account for the necessity of certain features of objects, account for why we have the Kripke conditionals that we do. So the idea of substances is that they're entities in which, put it like that, the instances of the entities share many properties. So chemical substances are the obvious one. All the instances of gold, all the samples of gold share the same, and there's a pile of things. Density, color, conductivity, electrical conductivity, heat conductivity, disposition to combine with other substances in certain ratios, and so on. A large number of properties cluster in the instances of gold. Same with biological taxa. In Mill's example, Mill was one of the first to point to this feature of substances. All the horses, he say, they share a certain shaped neck, they share manes, they share tails, they share hooves, they share a certain rather strange digestive system. You notice an animal that's got one of those features, you can infer that they've got others. It's not just a matter of definition. These features cluster together, they're correlated, they predict each other. That's why if you notice that the entity has one of them, one of those features, you can predict more or less it will have all the others. Persisting objects you can think of as analogous to this. Persisting objects are just ordinary things like this computer or me, and they persist through time. And you can think of the instances as the time slices of them. If you don't like time slices, just think of your encounters with persisting objects. You keep on meeting them. And the things that you meet will share a lot of properties. Take me, I have a certain accent, I have a certain physiognomy, I have a certain gait, and you notice that an individual's got one of those, you can predict all the others. So again, all these features cluster together. Across slices of individuals, you get strong correlations of a bunch of features. And you might wonder, it's a perfectly good question, why is it that in substances, I mean, take any substance, why is it that these features cluster in this way? This is something that calls for explanation. I mean, here's a general principle, the principle of common cause. If two properties are correlated, either one's causing the other or they have a common cause. Kind of cases we're looking at, it doesn't look like the different properties cause each other. The horse's mane doesn't cause its digestive system, nor vice versa. My gait doesn't cause my appearance of my face, nor vice versa. There must be some common cause. And in fact, if you think about all these cases, there is something like a common cause. In the case of chemical substances, the common cause of all these clustered properties is the molecular constitution. That explains why all the samples of gold have same boiling point, same melting point, and so on and so on. It's because they're all made of a certain kind of atom. With biological taxa, there's debate about this. Should we think of their genomes as the common cause? I think that doesn't work right. I think it's better to think of their shared ancestry as the common cause. Millikan divides substances into those that have an internal, intrinsic common cause, like the chemical substances, and those that have historical common cause. They're all copied from the same originals. I think biological taxa fit the second kind. They're historical substances. I think persisting objects you can think of like biological taxa, except they're a bit different because it's not that all the descendants are part of the same thing. You can have twins branching off. But still, the reason that for many of my properties, all of my stages have those properties is because they're all copied from the same original, or they're all copied from earlier ones. And in line with this, it's natural to think of the super-explanatory property, the property that explains all the other properties, as essential to the entity. Think of it like this. I mean, you take away the super-explanatory property, you kind of take away everything else. I mean, normally when we think counterfactually, if I'd been born in London, well, maybe a few, but most of my other properties would still be there. If I had different parents, you take away everything. Right? Imagine that I had 5 fingers. Imagine I had 6 fingers. Well, you can imagine that, and most of the rest of the stays. Imagine that I'm not descended from humans. Now it's not clear what you're supposed to imagine. So when we think counterfactually, we tend to take the entity in question to go with its super-explanatory property. So that's the reason why we have the Kripke conditionals we do. I mean, it's a matter of a posteriori fact that certain features of me are essential, certain features of substances in general are essential to them. It's not just a matter of convention. If there's a convention here, it's a convention that constitutes modal space. If X has super-explanatory property Y, then necessarily it has that property. I'm happy to think of that as a kind of aspect of our concepts of modal space. But the more specific Kripke conditionals depend on a posteriori facts. That's why I think the shallow answer to why certain features of entities are essential is wrong. Now for the shallow answer as to why they're a posteriori. And what I want to say here is there's no need to bring in identification by contingent description to explain a posteriori necessities. The idea was you were thinking of something at second hand because you were thinking about it by description. Here's a much simpler story, and I think a more interesting one, is that thinkers don't need identifying knowledge of the reference of their concepts at all. You can just be related to them in the appropriate way. Your information about the thing you're thinking of might be very limited. Reference is fixed by external relations to the objects of thought. I talked about that in the last lecture. I talked about what ultimately makes it the case that a certain concept refers to some object. And I said, think about that in terms of what makes it the case that whole thoughts have the truth conditions they do. And the answer that came out is that thinkers will be think about thinkers consuming a representation in terms of drawing certain inferences, performing certain actions as a result of having a representation, and think of producers, perhaps your sensory systems, perhaps other humans, as the producers of the representation. And what do the terms in the representation refer to? Well, it's that item in the world, such that it pays the consumers to interpret the claim as about that in the inferences and actions they perform. The item in the world such that it's functional for them to respond in a certain way. And as we saw in standard cases, and not necessarily all cases, that item will just be the origin of the practice of accumulating information about the referent. And this, of course, is very much in line with Kripke's account of the referential value of proper names in naming a necessity. There's nothing in there, if you remember, about identifying descriptions. Certain interpreters of Kripke have come along later and said, well, he has in mind that there's an identifying description. But the basic story, if you remember, is there's an origin and the name spreads, and now the name in the mouths of later users just refers to what was at the origin of the practice. And the users might have, the thinkers might have very little identifying information of the object. I mean, incidentally, I'd just like to throw this in. I mean, I think of this as kind of manifestation of the naturalist turn in philosophy, middle of the last century. Here's Kripke, he's thinking about subjects and their relations to the content of their thoughts from the outside. Here we are, here's the thinker, here's the world, there's relations. No need to think of somehow the grasp of the world being projected from the inside. Nothing difficult about the idea. Two thinkers could be just the same inside, but referring to different things. Nothing difficult about broad contents from Kripke's point of view. So, the relation between thoughts and things is being viewed from the outside of the subject. And it's quite interesting to compare Kripke, who you mightn't think of as the archetypical naturalist, with Quine. I had occasion to reread Word and Object recently. I was writing something about Quine and naturalism. And Quine's not really much of a naturalist. I mean, not least in Word and Object. I mean, you have a little bit where he says Carnat's program doesn't work. We can't articulate what sensory givens are from the inside. We need to bring in physiology to think about light waves hitting the retina. And so at that point, he's thinking of humans in a physical world from the outside. And having made that point, he stops doing it, and from then on, everything is constructed from the inside. The whole construction of the world in Word and Object is no different from the kind of thing that Descartes or Kant or Carnap are doing. So Kripke is the first First true naturalist. Thought I'd just chuck that in. Okay, now I'm going to talk about consciousness. And let me start. Okay, I'm going to apply these issues about a posteriori necessities to the philosophy of the mind-body problem. And I'll be running through a lot of arguments that are familiar to people in the philosophy of mind from debates over the last 50 years. Let me start, it's easy to get the logic like this, somewhat anachronistically with Jackson's Mary argument, which of course arrives 15 years after similar argument, which I'll also be talking about at the end of Naming and Necessity. In fact, I should have looked this up before today. There is, Adriana Romero's published a paper recently about some unpublished work of Kripke, I guess in the 70s, where he did a version of the Mary argument before Jackson. But the way it works out is slightly differently, but put that to one side. I'm going to come back to Kripke in a while. So I take it we all know the Mary argument. Mary's a future brain scientist. She's a whiz at colour experiences and everything there is to know about colour experiences as a scientist from the outside and so on, but she spent all her life in a black and white house and has never had any red experiences herself. And now she comes out the house and sees a red rose. Is that a red rose? A red something? And here's the argument put forward by Jackson. Beforehand, by hypothesis, Mary knew about all the physical features of red experiences. She comes out, she has this experience, and she learns about some new feature of red experiences that she didn't know before. Very plausible. She now finds out what it's like to have red experiences. She had no idea what that was like before. Therefore, red experiences have at least one non-physical feature, the phenomenal feature, what it's like. Nice argument. Okay, we know how we respond. Standard physicalist responses say, yes, so look, sure, Mary's been changed. Here's one way she's been changed. She's had an experience she's never had before. But of course, that's not itself an argument against physicalism. That can be agreed on all sides. She's had a certain brain processes she's never had before. But the physicists can then add in that as a result of having these processes going on in her brain, certain kind of activity, certain kind of oscillations have been simulated in V4 by the red thingy, whatever it was. She now has some new powers. She can now recreate that experience. Humean faint version of the original impression. She has now an idea of that experience. She can let's suppose that she can use this power of recreation to give herself a new way of thinking about red experiences that she didn't have before because she'd never had a red experience, and this new way of thinking about red experiences requires that you be able to reactivate the part of your brain that was involved in red experiences. Mary has now a new phenomenal concept. So she can think with this new phenomenal concept P. And she can now think with a new phenomenal concept P that red experiences, the things caused by ripe tomatoes, involve P. Now, she always knew that red experiences involve oscillations phi in V4. I mean, she was a real scientist, right? Does she have any new knowledge? Well, the physicalists will say, not at the level of reference. She has new knowledge only at the level of concepts. Physicists will say, look, in truth, P and phi are the same thing. What Mary is thinking, this experience, and oscillations phi and V4, just one and the same object. Of course, it's an a posteriori necessity. She mightn't yet know having just had the experience that, I mean, if it was a red rose, she'd know. If you just showed her a piece of red paper, she wouldn't know. She'd need to do more investigations to find out that phi, this experience, and oscillation, P, this experience, and oscillations phi are the same thing. From this point of view, look, it's like somebody knows about Cary Grant, read in Movie Magazine that Cary Grant was born in a certain hospital in Bristol. Now this person's looking at the birth records, discovers that Archie Leach was born at a certain hospital in Bristol. Now they know something they didn't know before. Maybe they don't know that Cary Grant and Archie Leach are the same person. So Cary Grant was born in the hospital. New information, Archie Leach was born in the hospital. Does that show there was an extra person born in the hospital over and above the person that the thinker always knew about? No, just that the person's got a new name for the baby that they'd always known about. This is kind of such an obvious answer to Jackson's argument that you might wonder why it seemed such a good argument in the first place. Well, I mean, this response, I can't remember, Terry Horgan immediately made this response. I think Chris Peacock did. People said, no, Jackson, you've just shown there's new knowledge at the level of concepts. You haven't shown there's a new thing in reality. Truth was that until Jackson's argument came along, nobody had really thought about phenomenal concepts. In fact, the standard view was that all our concepts of mental states were behaviorist, neo-behaviorist, functionalist concepts. Think about David Lewis and Daniel Dennett, never gave that idea up. And if you think like that, then Mary is a knockdown argument. The Mary argument shows that there's ways of thinking about conscious experiences that aren't behavioral, functional, and so on. But as a result, physicalists stopped being what David Chalmers calls type A physicalists. They gave up the idea that our concepts of conscious states are all kind of behaviorist functional concepts, and adopted this new idea that there's a special kind of way of thinking about conscious states that you have available only as a result of having had the conscious state yourself. And in fact, not only did physicalists take this moral from Jackson's thought experiment, but so did most anti-physicalists. But now there's a second wave of anti-physicalist argument that's added to Jackson's argument. And I guess, I was just trying to think about the history of the adding, but let's not go into that. The second wave says, well, that's fine. Okay, we got phenomenal concepts, and at first pass, there's nothing in Jackson's argument to show it's any different from the Archie Leach Cary Grant case. We just got two concepts refer to the same thing. But, say the anti-physicalists, there's something special about phenomenal concepts that is inconsistent with the idea that we have an a posteriori necessity here. And this goes back to the first shallow Russellian idea, that if you've got an a posteriori necessity, you must be thinking at second hand. So this is the two-dimensional argument against mind-brain a posteriori identities. The thought is that, as we saw earlier, on the Russellian idea that either you refer by acquaintance or something like that, or you refer by uniquely identifying contingent description, you only get an a posteriori necessity in the second case, where you're referring by contingent description. But, and now comes the punchline, phenomenal concepts don't refer by contingent description. The thought, this feeling couldn't refer to something different in some different possible world, like the tallest possible man, or the person called David Papineau might refer to something different. Rather, phenomenal concepts refer directly. So they're going to reveal the nature of their reference to the thinker. So this supposed identity, the experience, this feeling is one and the same as the neural oscillation, ought to be a priori if it was true. But it's clearly not a priori, so it can't be true. I mean, intuitive, the idea is, look, when we're thinking with phenomenal concepts, we're thinking about the reference directly, immediately, so all their necessary properties ought to be available to us. But you can't see, when you introspect your conscious experience, that it's a physical state, that it's neural oscillations, so it can't be. That's the gist of a two-dimensional argument against materialism. Okay, I don't buy any of that argument. And that's because I denied, as I did earlier on, that a posteriori necessities require contingent description. Why can't two terms just refer to the same thing brutally, without the aid of any identifying knowledge? I've got two terms, they're set up so as to refer to the same object. And in fact, back in the first lecture, we saw we get into all kinds of problems, that if we suppose that as soon as you have two terms that refer to the same thing, but the subject doesn't know, they've got to be somehow semantically different. Right? That idea got us into troubles long before we started looking at consciousness. I don't see there's a question mark that should have come out there. I don't see what's wrong with phenomenal brain identities being, as it's sometimes said, brutally necessary. The terms that don't have to be semantically different. They can just be 2 million names. They're different names, and that's what makes the identity a posteriori. People say, well, look, if they're the same name, how can you, they've just got the same content. How is it possible for you to think P is not Q if they're just the same content? And I want to say, look, what's so hard here? I put down one name, I put down the other name, I put not equals in between, and there you are. I've managed to think a thought which is, as it were, brutally impossible. But what's the difficulty about that? That's why Ruth Millikan's book, around 25 years ago, was called White Queen Psychology. Alice through the looking glass says to the Red Queen, I'm sorry, I just can't believe impossible things. And the Red Queen says, I dare say you haven't had enough practice. Okay. I don't want to go on too long. Here's something that you might think I ought to be worrying about. I'm saying if we understand the real Kripke, we'll see there's nothing to this two-dimensional argument against materialism, nothing to this kind of Russellian-based way of knocking out standard materialism. But slightly worrying thing is that my opponents at this point say, but look, at the end of Kripke's book, Naming a Necessity, there's just our argument. The argument we've been running is being run by Kripke. So there must be something wrong with what you've said. So this is the argument at the end of Naming a Necessity where Kripke challenges the materialist to explain the appearance of contingency of mind-brain identities. He says, look, here you're going around saying pains are C fibers or red experiences, oscillations, fine. But Kripke says, look, this appears contingent, and you've got to explain the appearance of contingency. And you can't explain it, given that your phenomenal concepts don't refer by description. And my opponents standardly read Kripke. In fact, I've got a paper where I list a dozen people, including me, reading Kripke in this way, as arguing here that The problem is that this mind-brain identity is a posteriori, and a posteriority requires terms that refer by description. And okay, I don't think that's what Kripke's doing. I don't think that line of argument is at all Kripke, and I don't think it's what Kripke's going in for at the end of naming necessity. I think what I've got here, that the appearance of contingency means a posteriority, and that the problem with phenomenal concepts is they don't refer by description. That's not Kripke's argument. In fact, let me speak more carefully. Kripke's argument does assume, as we should all assume, that phenomenal concepts don't refer by description. But what he's worrying about is not the a posteriority of mind-brain identities, but something different when he talks about the appearance of contingency. In fact, if you think about it, could Kripke really be running the argument that everybody assumes he is? What are the two main doctrines in naming necessity? One is proper names don't refer by description. We have a causal theory of reference, whole pile of arguments, they don't refer by description, people can use proper names and not have any identifying knowledge of the object at all. Proper names refer directly and externally. Premise one. Premise two. Proper name identities are a posteriori necessities. If he was running a line of argument at the end of the book, which required him to deny the conjunction of those two things, you'd expect him to say so. But he doesn't. He doesn't at any point back off either of those claims. Proper name identities clearly are a posteriori, Hesperus, Phosphorus, Marilyn Monroe, Norma Jean Baker, whatever. And proper names refer as a result of causal chains. They don't refer by descriptions. Look, here's a different argument. Kripke isn't worried about the a posteriority of the mind-brain identity. I mean, if he was, he'd say so. I mean, he'd say, look, there's a puzzle about how people can conceive this, how people could think that that was false on the materialist account. But that's not what he says. He says the trouble with this claim is it appears contingent. Contingent being it appears to be both true and possibly false. And his worry is how can physicalists who think it's true account for this appearance? I mean, of course, physicalists, once they recollect themselves, remember what they're thinking, will say, no, I don't think it is possibly false. I mean, there's the feeling and the neural oscillation and the same thing, the one thing, how can they come apart? I don't think it's possibly false. But still, it looks like they owe us some explanation of what they were thinking when they thought it was possibly false. If you say to a physicalist, look, what do you think about zombies? Being just physically just like me, got no feelings. Most people say, oh, okay, that seems, I don't believe in that, but they won't say that whole thing doesn't make any sense. Compare it with somebody who says, look, you think Marilyn Monroe is Norma Jean Baker, right? And now imagine Marilyn Monroe not being Norma Jean Baker. Can you? The physicalist will say, well, not the physicalist, but the believer in identity will say, I don't understand what you're asking me to do. Well, what am I supposed to imagine? There's just one person there. How can I imagine them coming apart? But no, that's not what the physicalist does in connection with the mind-brain identities. They don't say, I don't understand what you're asking me to imagine. There's just one thing here. What am I supposed to imagine? So Kripke is pointing to this fact, that the physicalist oughtn't to be able to entertain the idea that minds and brains come apart, given that they're committed to the identity. Once they've embraced the identity, why should they think that they can come apart? Now Kripke says, well, look, here's a natural way for them to explain what they're thinking when the two things, they think the two things might come apart. They might invoke the possibility, the idea, that one of the terms, the phenomenal concept, refers by description. And then what they were imagining was that description didn't pick out the the brain state. But as Kripke quite rightly observes, that explanation isn't available to the physicalist. You need some descriptions on the left-hand side, as it were, to be able to cook up a possibility that you had in mind when you were thinking that zombies were possible, that the two things might come apart. But the physicalist story that we have on the table at the moment is that you've got two terms that refer directly, and now there shouldn't be any room for you to think that that thing can come apart. What are you thinking when you think that thing can come apart? Kripke challenges the physicalist to explain on the assumption that they're thinking of pains in a way that can't come apart from the appearance of pain. They're thinking of physical states we suppose in the same way. How can they think that those two things might come apart? And Kripke says that's a problem for the physicalist. And indeed it is a problem for the physicalist. Look, it's different from the two-dimensional argument. It's not saying that these two terms refer directly and therefore it ought to be impossible for you to suppose that the two things come apart. Kripke doesn't have any problem with the idea that people mightn't know that P equals phi. His complaint is that after you embrace that P equals phi, how can you still think they might come apart? How are you going to explain that? And that is a real challenge for the physicalist. The physicalist can't say, oh, I'm imagining that one of the descriptions has come apart from the thing, because there's no descriptions around. What's the physicalist supposed to be imagining? Okay, so that's kind of a little puzzle for the physicalist. But in fact, I think now we're clear about what's going on. It's easy enough for the physicalist to answer. And indeed, Kripke says at the end of Naming Necessity, well, the challenge is to explain away the intuition that, explain away the appearance contingency, explain away the intuition that zombies might be possible, explain away the intuition that you could have the pain without the brain state or vice versa. Well, here's another way of explaining it. Why not just acknowledge that physicalism is highly counterintuitive, that it seems wrong. Even when you're a physicalist and you look at all the arguments, it still seems a bit weird to say this feeling and the brain state are one and the same thing. Natural thought is it's counterintuitive. Natural thought is there's two different things there. And I've always said this from the start of writing about consciousness, before I got into all these semantic arguments, that what's really puzzling about consciousness is that we have this strong intuition of distinctness. We have compelling arguments in favor of materialism, and then we have the feeling that it can't be right. And the feeling has always been there. So I want to say that's why zombies seem possible to physicalists. They intuitively disbelieve their own physicalism until they remember that they're physicalists and they say, no, zombies aren't possible. It's not quite that I'm showing you why the identity seems contingent to physicalists, might seem simultaneously true but possibly false. I've got the physicalist kind of got two frames of mind. The intuitive frame of mind in which the identity seems false, and then the theoretical frame of mind in which you're committed to its being true. So there's no frame of mind in which it simultaneously seems true and possibly false, as there can't be because there's no descriptions around. But the situation where half the time you think it's true and half the time you think when you kind of slip and you let your intuitions take over, you think it's false, it's close enough to its appearing contingent to explain Kripke's challenge, I think. Okay. So that leaves us with the problem. There is still a problem for physicalists. Why is it that we have this persistent intuition that mind-brain identity is false? And that's indeed a good puzzle. But it's not a new puzzle. Every materialist has always faced this issue long before we started getting into Kripke and semantic arguments and so on. And in fact, outside philosophy, there are plenty of people who write books. I mean, evolutionary anthropologists, psychologists write books about intuitive dualism. There's Paul Bloom, Yale psychologist, book called Descartes' Baby. It's called Descartes' Baby because the challenge is to explain why humans are natural Cartesians. They're mind-brain dualists. And it's kind of somehow built into our natural development, says Paul Bloom, that we should be dualists. So there are plenty of possible explanations, which I won't go into now. I mean, I've offered a few. I don't think it's an either-or thing, and you could have lots of explanations for why physicalism is so difficult to believe, but I won't go into them now. That's a subject for another day. So I'll stop at this point. Thank you. So I've left 10 minutes for questions. Gregory.
Thank you. I'm wondering, so if you were right about Kripke, so I agree that in Kripke there are these two strands and it's curiosity, but at the same time he provides this million theory of proper names, and at the same time he also says some things about Hesperus and phosphorus, and he says that in this case it seems that it might have turned out that Hesperus is not phosphorus, and so he provides this blueprint of two-dimensionalism, and he says what's going on is that we conflate the referential statement with a qualitative statement. D1 is the D2 or something like that. Okay, so there are these two strands, and it's difficult to see how to reconcile them. But if he had given, I mean, if he had what you have in mind, this is a point about Kripke, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I have many points, but let's just stick to Kripke.
Yeah.
Why is that not available in the Hesperus and phosphorus case? Because he clearly says that there are a million names, and nevertheless, well, he could have said what you said, and you know, just the fact that these are two different million names is enough to explain the intuition of contingency even then, even if we do not have a descriptive material in the background. The fact, I mean, these are just 2 million names, so the same kind of explanation that you provided for the consciousness case should apply also there. And I suspect that the reason why he provides the descriptive explanation and the contingent descriptions is that it's not enough for him to just say that the fact that you have 2 million names, you know, this doesn't explain why you have the intuition of contingency at all. You have to add something semantical, the fact that the descriptions are non-rigid, and after all, naming necessity is important, rigidity, non-rigidity. So there has to be a kind of semantical explanation. Okay, the fact that we have two names is not enough, otherwise he would have used the same strategy for Hesperus and phosphorus. That's my question.
I should go back and look at the text. I mean, first thing I was going to say is Kripke's clear throughout the book that while many proper names have their reference fixed by a causal chain, no descriptions in play, it's perfectly possible for a name to have its reference fixed by a description. And he says that in the context of saying the name would still be a name, it still therefore be a rigid designator, so the rigid designation and the causal theory reference can come apart. So we do have some names whose reference is fixed by description, or something in that ballpark. Then he's talking about Hesperus and phosphorus, and he wants to explain, before he gets to the end of the book, this is what you're pushing me on, that the identity appears contingent. And then he brings in the names. And why didn't he just say, look, well, it won't work. I mean, there's no persistent intuition that they're different things. I think if we look at that section of the text, what he'll be trying to show you is why it still appears contingent, why there's still something contingent here after you know that they're the same thing. That's why he needs descriptions. He needs descriptions to explain why there's a persistent appearance of contingency. Not a persistent appearance of falsity, but a persistent appearance of contingency. And
let's say before the discovery, it certainly seemed that it might have turned
it might have turned out otherwise. But look, if your line was right, he'd be committed to the fact before the discovery we couldn't have disbelieved it. And that looks wrong. I mean, that looks clearly wrong. That can't be what he's up to. It can't be, I mean, do you think he thinks that we only get to be able to disbelieve it because there's two descriptions around?
Yes, I do think that.
You think he thinks that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, go on. Let's talk some more later. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, David. So, question about the first half of the talk.
Yeah.
I guess I'm not clear what exactly you're denying when you deny the relevance of identifying knowledge in the course of that reflection on the a priori part, a posteriori part.
Yeah.
And I guess this touches just on a quite fundamental issue about what you mean when you talk about concepts.
Right.
You want to treat them as name-like, and you talk about concepts having reference. But surely, I mean, despite the very diverse use that we can put that word concept to, we want to say something like concepts can be empty. There need not be something that instantiates a concept.
Good.
So at least in that respect, they're not name-like. I mean, in that respect, they're not like a million name. You only have such a name where something's being named.
Okay.
So in that respect, there's quite a fundamental difference. They're not just polysemous names. But then, of course, if you allow for that, it just seems that you have a quite trivial sense in which possessing a concept requires having identifying knowledge. It's something distinct from just, in fact, being able to name some kind of extension. There's something different from that. Now, I was wondering to what an extent, what exactly you were denying, since the talk about concepts was framed so much in terms of a naming and reference.
So I'm not sure if you were at my first lecture. I think possibly...
I was.
You were?
Yes,
Okay.
and this is a question I've asked myself since then.
Okay. So I said, I mean, I'm using concepts in a rather peculiar sense, and I said maybe I shouldn't be using the term concept. I mean, it's referring to a particular object in the heads of people, and I didn't want to say much more is required of such a concept than that it had a reference. Okay, that's fine. And given that, you might well press me on what do I say about non-referring concepts. Are they all the same type of concept? That looks a bit weird. Surely you want to make distinctions among different non-referring concepts. It would be a jump from that to saying that the non-referring concepts require purported uniquely identifying information about their putative reference. I would want to deny that, but so...
Sorry,
yeah,
what are you denying when you deny that someone who possesses a concept has identifying knowledge? It just seems that if we have such a thing as, let's say that concepts speak of properties, and sorry about this terminology, but let's just say a way for things to be or a property. And that's distinct from whatever may be instantiated by that property.
No, I don't want any such properties to be attached across the board to concepts. I mean, sometimes they might be, but it's not crucial. I mean, I'm very happy that you know, just be a complete... I pick up a word from somebody, I open a file in my head, I forget what the word was that caused me to open the file. Kind of nothing there. It still refers to the object. That's the view I have. I don't see what's wrong with it. Now, you might say, hang on, but now all referring concepts are going to be of just the same type. And at that point, I have to start saying something more about how we distinguish between non-referring concepts when we attribute them to people and so on. But I really want to be very non-informational about what it is to possess a concept.
Okay. The thing is that, sorry.
Perhaps we should talk more afterwards. Yeah, no. One more question.
Thank you very much. Last week we got talking about indexicals a lot, and I've been trying to come to grips with how indexicals behave on their identity. And I reminded you of this famous poem, If I Were You and You Were Me, and yet we're denying that we are the same. Anyway, I mean, obviously, there is an indexical component to names as well. I don't really want to focus on that, but I want to focus on the dynamics of indexicals themselves. Because obviously, we use one and the same word in different contexts and pick up different reference for them, right? But we also say really weird things like, I'm not myself today, maybe, right? And we perfectly understand what that means. And I try to think about how we would do that in any kind of proper semantic theory that I would appreciate. I can't get any further with it. Do you have any further interesting things to say?
I'm not sure, and Alice, that's all interesting, but I'm not sure that in any of those cases I wouldn't say what I've said before, that the indexicality you're talking about is at the level of language, and there's no reason to suppose.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's at the level,
you know,
level of thought. There's an issue about how my opponents, who mightn't agree with what I just said about there being no indexicality in thought, what they'd say about a posteriori identities involving indexicals, where it's not a matter of contingent description, it's a matter of indexical reference, and you can have a posteriori on the face of a posteriori identities of that kind. But I think that if we went into that, they'd say roughly the same thing that they say about descriptions, that you're referring at second hand, and that's why the necessary truth isn't a priori.
Yeah, I think philosophy of language is about language and not about philosophy. Thank you, sorry.
Well, I think the time is up, so thank you all very much for coming. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.